Good evening and welcome to the Milpitas Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education, September 10th, 2019, in Boardroom Building 500, 1331 East Calaveras Boulevard, Milpitas, California. As we reconvene in open session, we have two closed session announcements. In closed session, the board unanimously approved the settle agreements with two certificated employees under which the employees would resign effective October 31st, 2019, and remain on paid administrative leave with regular salary and benefits through that same date. In closed session, the board also approved the superintendent's recommendation for the positions of interim co-principals at Robert Randall Elementary School. At this time, I need a motion to approve the open session agenda.
Move to approve the open session agenda submitted.
We have a motion to approve the open session agenda. Is there a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Do we pick somebody for the flag salute? Kush. Right. And no, true.
Hi, my name is Kush Brahma, and I'm from Milpitas High School. Please rise, remove your caps, and join with me in the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may now be seated.
Thank you, Kush.
Did we approve the agenda already?
We did. We did already. Yep.
So it's too late for me to move something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. At this time, we would like comments from the public. Members of the public may address the board on any subject not on tonight's agenda. However, provisions of the Brown Act, Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board or district staff, and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item for a future meeting. If you would like to address the board on any item on this agenda, please complete the green Request for Visitors form located near the entrance of the meeting room and hand it to the communications specialists. On the form, please list the agenda items that you'd like to speak to. When your name is called, please come to the podium, state your name for the record, and limit your remarks to 2 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for a group. As individual speakers shall be allowed 2 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall have the opportunity to limit the total time for public input on each of these items, on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that persons speak only if they have something new to add. With that said, I would like to ask the board, because we have quite a few people in the audience, that we extend the public input time from 20 to 30 minutes. Is there a motion?
One clarification, what if 30 minutes isn't enough? I know the city hall, usually they do it like 1 minute per speaker sometimes.
This is not City Hall. This is a school board meeting.
Right.
And we have children in the audience, and we have
Right, so as I look to, agreed, so we have, I'm asking for a motion to extend the time from 20 to 30 minutes. Is there a motion to approve from 20 to 30 minutes?
I'll move, but I'd like to keep the option open. If 30 minutes doesn't prove enough, maybe we can have a discussion at that point if more time is needed.
What the education code says, Michael, is that Board Bylaw 9323, the board need not allow the public to speak on any item that has already been considered by committee composed exclusively by the board members as a public meeting where the public have the opportunity to address the committee on that item. However, if the board determines that the item has been substantially changed since the committee has heard the item, the board shall provide the opportunity for the public to speak. That's Government Code 54954.3. Seeing no approval on the motion, we will open up the public comments for speakers. As mentioned earlier, individuals will limit their remarks to 2 minutes and for a group for 5 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. All right. Good evening, board and cabinet. My name is Robert Jung. I represent the Milpitas Community Educational Endowment tonight. I like, on behalf of the Milpitas Educational Endowment, we like to invite the board as well as cabinet and the rest of the public to our second annual Mid-Autumn Festival, which is on September the 28th from noon to 7 p.m. at the San Jose City College Milpitas Extension. It is a festival celebrating our Vietnamese community, our Chinese community, as well as our Korean community. It is intended to be a community event, celebrate with celebrations, performances, information, as well as community building efforts. So we'd like to invite you. I have flyers at the back, and if there's any questions, please, you can contact me via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jung. State your name, address.
Sure, my name is Mauricio Gaviria. I live at 1126 North Abbott Avenue. So I've been, good evening, board. Good evening, everyone. I'm actually excited to see so many people interested in our public educational system. So it's great to see you all here. So my name is Mauricio Gaviria. I've been involved volunteering in public schools since 1994. I've been on and continue to be on the board of directors as an elected volunteer by the associations of Kerner Elementary PTA and the Thomas Russell Middle School PTSA, as well as the Milpitas Council of PTAs, most notably serving as unit president at Kerner and Russell and vice president of legislative advocacy for the council. As you know, the PTA is the largest all-volunteer advocacy program in America, organization, I should say, in America, dedicated to the mission of protecting children's rights. We are committed to improving children's lives at school and at home. Recently, I was also a candidate for appointment to the open seat on the Board of Education, on this Board of Education. I know that the appointment process is not perfect and that interviews don't always work out to one's liking. Just ask any hiring manager. I'm sure they'll tell you that all the time. Nevertheless, the men and women of our Board of Education were elected to serve us, the public. They earned their seats by having our community elect them to make decisions on our behalf that will impact our children, teachers, families, and that's not a small task. We all know that as human beings, none of us are perfect, but on occasion, tough choices need to be made. As I waited to be called for my turn to be interviewed by with the other candidates, I mentioned to them that although I would like to serve, if I was not selected, I was happy to be in the company of such fine people such as them, and that I would feel comfortable if any of them were selected, if it's not me, because I believed they all had the students' interests ahead of their own. I realize the appointment process may be controversial. I understand that. I can see why it can appear to be so. But I came here today to ask that no special election be held for any appeal to the results of the appointment process, and I support the board's decision. Holding a special election is an unwise choice, not a prudent course of action. Although it may appease some demands, it will have nothing but a negative impact on the students and the district. It will cost us school programs and maybe even jobs. We can't afford to lose any programs for our students. We should be finding ways to provide more. And definitely, we can't afford to lose any teachers. I estimate a special election will cost the Milpitas Unified School District roughly $2 million.
I'm sorry. Thank you. We have to conclude the time. We have to honor.
Sure, I'm
Go
also
ahead.
representing a group for the,
You,
I'm legislative advocacy chair for the,
well, when you began the speech, you didn't say that you were representing a group.
Oh,
You
I'm
were
sorry.
representing
I'm
an
sorry.
individual. So with that in accordance, I want to limit you to 2 minutes.
sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, that'll be it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Denny Weisgerber. I live at 195 Casper Street in the city of Milpitas and resided there for the past 62 years. I support what the previous speaker said, that the board should stand by the decision that they made. I see that there was, in my estimation, there was no collusion or outside influence disclosed at this appointment time. The majority of the board voted for it. There's a question, is somebody changing their mind? Is this still a free country and they have a right to change their mind until the final vote is taken? I've spent 12 years on the city council here. I've spent the rest of my career, over 40 years, serving on county and state legislative boards and commissions. I've never in my life have seen anything so childish as I ask to have an election, a special election, which would cost a tremendous amount of money. As was stated before, it cost maybe jobs. My share of that taxpayer money, I don't want to be seen spent on any special election. By the time you have the election, get the person certified, get them seated, it will be time for the general election and they will run again if they're going to run. Stupidity. I think the board did the proper thing. I support them 100%. I think the board is doing a great job in doing our educational system the favor of being able to do the job that we do. We're a highly respected school district, and I truly appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jyoti Moore, and I'm a Milpitas resident for 12 years, have 2 kids, one in middle and high school. And I saw the video. It's very, very disturbing. Do we allow kids to change their test papers once they are submitted? We don't, right? How do we allow the score sheet to be given back and change it after it has been already submitted? Is this what we are teaching our kids, that this is an acceptable behavior? If the scoring is 9 points, the first person wins based on the rules defined, why is the chairman first putting 2 candidates out? She keeps mentioning these are the top two candidates. What is the purpose behind mentioning top two candidates? When we need to select one, why do we are suggesting again and again these are the top two candidates? So there is a lot of agenda I saw behind manipulating that election. It has to be recalled and let the board be known. With the social media and the transparency that is provided these days, they will no longer be left alone and unwatched. Public is much more aware now. They can see what's happening. $300 million is a lot of money compared to $120,000 for the re-election that we are asking for. So our request to the board is don't defend your bad actions that you have taken, which is very apparent in the video, and let's do it the fair way, which is let people decide for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Kessinger. I am a resident of Milpitas, 1577 David Lane. I wear many hats in the district. I'm the association CSEA president, and I'm also the principal secretary at adult ed at the corrections facility.
I'm Diana Orlando. I'm the Milpitas Teacher Association's president, a second grade teacher at Palmery Elementary, and I've had all three of my girls go through Milpitas and graduate.
And I had all four of my children go through as well. We're a team. I would like to say I was at that meeting where the elections occurred. I felt like we have a board who we have voted in. I worked hard on getting these candidates voted in. I believe the election happened. I believe that two people sat in front were the top two candidates. As we do in our district, when we are interviewing, we take the top two candidates, we send them to the next step, the next level, they are interviewed, and then they're selected. I'm proud of our board. They did that transparent in front of everyone. They interviewed the top two candidates. I had two people sitting here, we had two people sitting down here in front stating, whichever one of us wins, I will support that. And then today we're here talking about a special election that will be taking money away from our children. Yes, it's about jobs being taken away, but what does it affect? It affects our children. And I'm shameful that we have board member who is behind this. I am shameful that this is not acting fiscally responsible with our money that supports our children and their education. We're talking about months before we have a general election again. Shame on you guys who want to have a special election. If you're here for the children, then act like you're here for the children. Support what our board has set forth. Support what they have chosen to do. And think about our children first, not about your numbers, not about a position, because that's what it's about, a position. And a position begins when we take leadership roles and choose to set our children first. Thank you.
And as far as the previous gentleman's comments about a video, we all know videos can be altered. If you were to watch the entire meeting, you would see that the way that video was put out was definitely edited by somebody and is behind this. And that is not okay.
That's shameful.
We are here for kids and kids only. And those of you that are sitting out in the audience that think spending money on a general election when we, or a special election, when we are already maybe looking at budget cuts, you do not have your children at the best interest. Thank you for the board that went through the process, took the real vote, because it's not just about numbers, it's a vote. That's how you do it. That's the process in Milpitas. The vote came out, Min won. Everybody needs to grow up and accept that he's going to sit here and do the best he can do for the next year. And then if you want to run, run. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tina. I'm a Milpitas resident and a homeowner. I have 2 kids. I do watch the video for hours, and I think it's very unfair. So here's my point of view. First, I think the board should disclose the rules of scoring and ranking. Are you going to, can anyone score more than 5 points? No, right? You didn't score more than 5. But can anyone rank both of them like first? Or maybe three of them for your first place? So what is the rules that you design? I think we all have the right to know. And it's not disclosed in the agenda. It's not disclosed in the minute. Nobody knows. Second, I think you should disclose all the score sheet and the ranking result. How can 4 directors vote 5 for 2 candidates? How can 5 votes come from 4 directors? So 3 director will mean for the first place, right? And 2 director, 2 vote for Lin as first place. So that's 5, right? 3 add 2. So I really want to know how that happened. Is someone cheating? Can you disclose with the public? Third, fix the problem. We don't have to pay the money for re-election or special election, but this is a problem in the procedure in the August 13 meeting. And I think the ranking result is invalid. That's 4 directors vote 5. And then the fact is Lin get 9 points higher. That's very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Yuli, and I live here for like 10 years. I have 3 kids who go to Milpitas public schools. I don't want to say how we are disappointed with the school public system. Now I know why. Because when people were talking about the video can be changed or altered, what's the evidence? How can you teach our children to be liars? You don't have evidence. How can you see the video was altered? Well, I have seen the full video. I see that like just like she said, 5 board members, you got 4 board members, you got 5 number 1 votes. How could that be? I mean, we all know math, right? And also, like Lin got 9 points out of 40, higher than the number 2 candidates. How could you choose the number 2 candidate? Just because he aligns better with your culture? What kind of culture it is? Tell me. I mean, it's 284 million bond. It's our money. Each of us live here who pay this to support our public school systems. We want somebody to be able to monitor the money. We want it to be spent on our kids, on our school, on top teachers. Look at how depressing this year the high school graduates, which school do they go to? To tell you, most of them go to the IS and San Jose State, if that make you can sleep at night. Okay? So, and also I want to know that, okay, I really want to know what kind of culture that is. I mean, that aligns with the school board culture. Do you have a special culture for a special interest group? You are not this culture for this is public school. Diversity is our culture, right? So here we have all the parents here, all the school, all the kids here. How could you think you have a special interest group then you need somebody to align with your special interest to be on the school board? That's not fair, okay? And we all earn the money. You know, we all work full time. That's very hard earned money. So we want somebody to monitor the money. We want the money to be spent in improve our schools, to have better teachers. We don't want the money to be used on like painting the wall, change the roof, stuff like that. And also, I'm so ashamed of you, superintendent. How could you cheat like in front of the video? That's really, really shameful.
Thank you.
We
Okay.
already have 15 minutes. So we have 2 more.
Okay. Okay.
My name is David Flashner. I have a daughter who goes to Spangler Elementary. So I came here on August 13th to a board meeting to support my friend Sylvia. At the end of the meeting, it was determined that there was a tie for the seat. Superintendent Jordan admitted we were in uncharted territory. Both leading candidates came up and answered questions. It was clear from that moment that school board member Sy had a favorite and was disappointed that she wasn't selected. After No was chosen to be the new board member, Sy took to social media and the press to voice his frustration in the process. A process that was all known from the beginning. Where I come from, that's called being a sore loser. Each school board member is here for one reason, and that is to make sure that our children and everyone's child has the best chance to achieve and succeed in school. That's what you all signed up for. School board member Sy, for you to have the audacity to suggest that we call for a special election to fill the vacant, now filled seat is appalling, and you should be ashamed of yourself. If you believe that our children come first, how dare you suggest that we spend $1.4 million in a special election? Maybe what we need to do is call for a special election to replace you. What have you done to help close the achievement gap? What have you done to make our schools safer, help teachers, help classified staff? That's the question we should all ask. If you're unhappy with what transpired, get your chosen candidate to run for election against board member No, and she can win fair and square. But at the end of the day, she didn't even know if she wanted to run. That's what you asked, board president. $1.4 million school board member Sy. What could that money be spent on? How about making our schools safer? Putting more technology in the classrooms, getting more paraprofessionals in the schools, things that actually matter. Support our community, because we are a community and we must work together with no hidden agendas, which you clearly have.
Since I was addressed personally,
Michael, excuse me, Michael, we cannot, during public comment.
does it not say that board members may respond briefly?
No, you can direct the superintendent as far as the comment, but if you've noticed, there's been no public comment from any of the other board
sorry.
members. What are you looking at, Michael?
It says Government Code
Right, you can ask a question, Michael.
It says, without taking action, board members or district staff members may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public about items not appearing on the agenda.
I didn't pose a question.
I'm sorry, I seem to
I'm
recall
sorry,
you asked
Michael, hold
several
on a
questions.
second.
It says, may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public.
Okay, you're good. Okay, all right. Board member Sy may briefly respond.
Yes, I want to set a few facts straight for the record. I'm wondering where this figure of $1.4 million is coming from. I've been told by people that this proposed special election, which I did not advocate for, is at most going to cost maybe around $100,000. There has been questions in the community, and as a representative of the community, I am committed to hearing everyone out and making sure all those voices are reflected. Mr. Flashner, you keep speaking about the need to help our kids, and I fully agree with you. And helping our students, giving our students the best education begins with very transparent processes at the leadership level. This issue is not about one person over another, and it is unfortunate that some people are trying to politicize this. I actually gave Min very high marks in my evaluation, and I have nothing against Min. So I reject any claims that this is about trying to put one candidate over another. It's about sticking with the processes that were already set forth and following the precedent rather than changing the rules on the spot.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Hold one moment, please.
Hi, I would like to address Ms. Tina, who came up here about the scoring. So what happened was I was the board candidate who scored Min and Ling. they had a tie vote. I gave Min number 1. I gave Ling number 1. They were both tied for first place, and I didn't know there was a 1 or 2. It was both of them had even scores, okay? And that's, so instead of, I guess, scoring 1 and 2, I did 1 and 1. So I skipped 2, and then I scored the next highest as a 3. So that was how the University of California ranked their colleges. In 2018, Berkeley and UCLA were ranked number 1, so they both got 1. The next highest school was UC Santa Barbara, and they put them as a 3. So that's how I did it in the ranking system. And I hope this clears up any questions or confusion that you may have moving forward.
Thank you. Who would like to speak? Who would like to speak at this point? For the moment, we are at almost approximately the 20-minute mark. But we are going to take a few more speakers, and then we are going to poll the audience per the education code to see if there's anyone else in the audience has a separate item on the agenda so that they may be allowed to speak as well.
Okay. My name is Maxine Tsai. I'm a long-time Milpitas resident. I have 2 kids in public school. And first, I want to echo Mr. Tsai, what Michael Tsai mentioned about. It's all about the system, the rule, how we play the game. I mean, I should say how we do the election, the process. I saw the video. It's very disturbing because first time, Lin's score by the traditional way was way higher than the second runner. And then after the first time counting the score, someone can still take the score back because after the second time, I mean after they turn in the score sheet, still Lin was the winner. So second time, so that person take back the score the score sheet and change the score, and then after this time, the score still highest. I mean, Lin's score is still highest, and then again, the superintendent says something about like the fit our culture, and then you just I mean, everybody, whoever saw the video will understand what I'm talking about. Change more than one time, they already make the election process defective. And what I want to say is, what is our culture? I think you have your culture, I have my culture, but I think the overall culture among our city, among our country, among our nation is integrity and honesty, and play fair. That's what I want to say. And second, I don't know how you come up with the dollar amount, 1.3 million. Personally, I think that is high, but I think we as a citizen and taxpayer and parents deserve transparency. We want to know what was the score originally, without all those alternation. What was the original score? If your kids at school and run election, are you allowed high school or middle school election for president to keep on changing the rule as long while the election already started? If that's allowed at high school, if that's not allowed at high school, why would we allow at the Board of Education? Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to ask for a show of hands, or I'm going to ask, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on a separate item, on a separate item or a separate non-agendized item? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on a non-agendized item other than this topic? Seeing none, we are going to allow you to speak. And Tom, are you in queue to speak? We're going to allow Tom to speak, and we are going to conclude public comments.
What about the extension to 30 minutes?
It didn't carry. Yeah, we should have more time.
Your motion didn't carry.
The motion didn't carry.
Okay, I think what happens really shocked me. And my name is Cindy, and I live in Milpitas for over almost like 15 years. And right now, when I realized what happened in school system, that really shocked me. Because I think you guys stealing something from somebody deserve that. If Lin was win by the original system, 9 points over the second, so the second is the second and Lin is the first. So you cannot just because your personal culture or what kind of favorites, you choose your own person instead of Lin. Just it's kind of bully to me, because you bully someone was really excellent, someone has such a long qualification, but to compare with someone was I wouldn't say another person was not qualified, but to compare to what they have done, their experience and also their qualification. Also, Lin has kids in school. Compare all this, and Lin has done a lot of work for the community. I think from the qualification, we definitely have a score. So Lin is well deserved the seats. So my request is you guys need to return the seats. You guys cannot stealing something from the other person. And Han, if you're sitting there, I think that's a shame, because you're not because you're not win at the first time. It's kind of like we are in Olympic Games. Can you change the score? Can the judge just say, oh, came back, then I change the score? No, you cannot. If you lose, you just lose. So yeah, I think the school board, you guys need to be fair, particularly in school system, because we want our kids, if they're excellent, if they can win, they're supposed to win fairly and transparently, not the last minute change the rule and just shock everybody. I think that's a thing. To be honest, I think that's a thing. So thank you very much. Yeah.
My name is Tom Valori. As of last month, I've been a resident of Milpitas for 30 years. In the last 4 or 5 years, I've made it a point to attend all school board meetings from beginning to closing. I doubt there are very few of you in the audience that can say the same thing. Unfortunately, I had surgery, or fortunately maybe, I had knee replacement surgery and wasn't able to attend the meeting that is in dispute here. But the reason I mentioned the 4 years that I've been observing the school board, I've never seen the school board behave other than with utter integrity. And in every decision that they've made, they've always had the interests of the students as first and foremost. And I can't believe in making the decision that they did the other day or the previous weeks, that they didn't behave in the same manner. And to impugn this board just because you don't believe the outcome came the way you think it should have, I think does your students a disservice and does the school district a disservice and accomplishes nothing. All you will accomplish is gain a couple of months, possibly if you were to win the election, and have it come out the way you would hope it come out. Because in November, you have to stand all over again, and in the process spend $100,000, $500,000, whatever the amount is. That's money that won't be able to be spent on something more productive. Thank you.
At
every time we go to a lot of public meetings, they always allow everybody to speak.
Rules are rules.
Let's remain our order, please. Let us have our order, please.
That's not right.
As mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I put to the board the vote, the ask to extend the time from 20 minutes. If anyone has been taking the time on that, you will see that we've extended beyond that 20 minutes. We have gone beyond 30 minutes as well. So this is not, and not a response. So at this point, at this time, comments from the public are concluded. What I would like to say is that it is obvious that this is a very heated issue and it is not concluded at this moment. But in order to maintain order for this board agenda, because there are quite a few people here that are responsible within the school district, and they deserve the right to go through the agenda and be a part of this event as well. So I appreciate truly all of the comments, all of the concerns, every person that came up here and took the time to be a part of this democratic process. We are hopeful that this issue, we continue to learn from each other, we continue to listen to each other, we continue to respect each other as we go through the process. Now again, public comments are just that, public comments. You are allowed to say what you want to say, how you want to say it, with order, and it was allowed. And if you don't, again, if you don't believe that, there are a number of people in the audience, that is okay. That is your right to be able to say that we do not believe that our voice was fully heard. That is respected. But at this point, we are moving on with the agenda. And Superintendent, I would like for us to determine how to continue to engage in this conversation with these community members, because there are a couple of things that I heard in terms of their concern about culture, concern about transparency, and concern about not their concern about being taxpayers and members of this community from multiple sides. So I would like to figure out how we can continue this conversation, because if we go to special election or not, we are all still citizens of Milpitas. We all still have children in these schools, and we all have to live together. So if it proceeds down that path, it does. That's democracy in process. Democracy is messy, if you know anything about it. It truly is. And sometimes these moments are the times that we have the opportunity to either divide or we can come together with our differences in opinion and agreements. So again, it has been stated very clearly, if we go to special election, that is your right as far as the process is concerned. And there is not going to be any dispute on that, us going down that path. And you've heard all the information, you've heard some good information, you've heard some slightly inaccurate information, but again, from all sides. So again, I thank everyone for being here. I thank everyone truly for participating in this process. I wish more people would participate in the process more actively, and I've expressed that I can't tell you how many times throughout this community. So again, I thank you, and we are going to move forward with the next item on the agenda. That wasn't about an applause. That was about being here and everybody participating. I'm not. I heard we're not going to do that. So I respected your position. We're not going to do that. So the next item on the agenda, going over the strategic goals, which we would like everyone to participate. And I understand your frustration. And I'll add one other piece. At the end of the process, when the two candidates sit there, even though you may not believe it should have gotten to that point, when it got to that point, it was the most difficult decision that I had to make at the tiebreaker to choose. So if you want to believe that or not, that's okay. But I'm just telling you. So as we move forward, our 2018-2021 strategic goals, it is still our objective to work together to build a culture of we that engages parents, staff, community partners, and support our student success. It is critical that we improve our communication systems for better outreach to parents, students, and staff, to develop educational pathways that allow students to apply their passion and learning for their future careers, focus on service and support systems to ensure that all students are engaged in the learning and are making social, emotional, and academic gains. And finally, identify creative, student-focused strategies to accommodate enrollment growth and ensure healthy learning environments. We talk about this at every board meeting. This is what we do. And I'm glad, regardless of the reason how you got here, you're able to see part of how this board interacts moving forward. Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Norwood. And could you go back to the strategic goals? Thank you. So as President Norwood stated, we do everything tied back to the strategic goals. And just a couple of fact points. Everything that I do is in response to the strategic goals. The culture of we is something that is paramount to the work that I do for and on behalf of our students and our team members. And I cannot do this by myself, our parents, our team members, our community has to do it together for our students. And it is good to see all of you here, and I do hope that you will continue to engage with us so we can create the best in the nation as far as a school district is concerned. Because something about Milpitas that makes Milpitas what it is that we have many generations deep with big arms welcoming every new person to this community. We are a community with differing opinions, with different backgrounds, with different things that drive our passion. And together, we will make the best school district for our kids. So thank you for sharing your opinions, and we will find a way for you to continue to engage in that discussion.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan.
President Norwood, if I could address a lot of folks, because I see folks leaving.
On to this, sorry, go ahead.
Moved on to the next item.
On to my
Hold on I mean, folks are leaving. So before they leave,
Yeah, we need to go on the agenda.
So Michael, we are on to, I want to honor the process, and I understand your position and your concern. So with that said, we're going to honor that. You may have the last word, and we move forward.
Okay. I see a lot of voices in the room tonight with a lot of different opinions, and what we're witnessing tonight is the community standing up and speaking out about a system where over time the transparency unfortunately has eroded. I want to make it clear that this is not about being for or against any one person, but this is about the community standing up and being engaged in the fight for a governance process, an educational process that is transparent, well communicated, and fair to all. Hopefully tonight, I think the community's voices are being heard and will serve as a wake-up call. Our district stands at a crossroad. In one direction, it could just be politics as usual and turn into a sort of partisan divide and suppressing of dissent. But the goal here is that we take the high road. If we are honest with ourselves, we can keep asking those tough questions, do that soul searching, and change the system for the better. And our students deserve no less. And we're here to guide the district on a path towards reform and transparency. And I welcome everyone, regardless of opinion or political position, to join in that journey.
Thank you, Michael. Superintendent Jordan.
So this is the moment that we get to recognize students, team members, community members for the work that they've done on behalf of our students in meeting, can you go back to strategic goals? And meeting our strategic goals. So on our strategic goals, one of the goals is to build pathways where our students can tap into their passion for learning about their future careers. And tonight we have 2 students and 2 local companies that have assisted us on that strategic goal. Our first student is Johnny Doe, and Johnny worked as an intern with Excel Construction. So before we have the board and staff shake Johnny's hand, as well as those at Excel Construction, I would like to invite Johnny to come up and share with us about his experience this summer working at Excel Construction.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education and the families here that are attending this very important meeting. My name is Johnny, and I live on South Park Victoria Drive, right down the street. I did this internship as Excel Construction because I was interested in finding out what it was that I wanted to be in the future. So I had multiple careers set up. I wanted to see what it was that I was actually interested in. So I took up this opportunity to first find out whether construction was my thing. I understood that construction was a dangerous path because you were putting your life on the line to make things better for your community and other people. So this is what I wanted to try originally, and so I did. After the 1-month program that I did, I found out that it was very uplifting. The people were very nice, and the programs for Excel Construction was actually pretty good. You get to go to different departments such as Google. You get free lunch at different places. That was pretty interesting. What I learned there was that they do a lot of hard work, a lot of estimating, a lot of takeoffs for blueprints, a lot of construction sites to build what it is that people wanted. And they also have votes to make sure that they get what the project that they want to build and build that project. So I take that as pretty important because you need communication and understanding between the team in order to get that through. So I respect them for that. At the end of the day, I think that what I got out the most out of the internship was communication is key. You need teamwork, and you need to be able to communicate your message across to the people that you're working with in order to make a plan truly successful. So that was what I got from this internship. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. And I'd also like to ask Bob Fusler of Excel Construction to come up so we can recognize you.
Thank you. Wow, Johnny. I'm impressed. That for us, we've had a internship program, and it was designated mainly for college students that are going into the construction industry. And after our partnership and some discussions with staff, Superintendent Jordan and also Wendy Zhang, about internships for high school students, they thought that was a great idea. And we did find that there's some opportunities to get you to understand what construction's about. And what he talked about today was phenomenal, that he was actually able to get that. Communication, planning, being able to, he talked about it being a safe environment, and that you are potentially putting your life on the line on those aspects. And when we take those at heart, we know that you have to plan, you have to communicate, and you have to worry about people out on site all the time. And safety is a huge deal. He caught all that in 1 month. That shows you what you guys are doing to your students.
Yep.
And educating your students. That makes me proud that I'm part of that. And for when you guys are talking about your strategic goals, a culture of we, Excel, one of our standard things for our mission is we build to improve lives, and it's we, not me. This is what one of our mainstays when we talk about things, it's we, not me. What an alignment for us. This is something that we are very proud of and happy to do it, and will continue to do that as a partner to Milpitas, since we are a Milpitas firm. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next, I'd like to ask Daniel Hody, who had an internship at VIEW, come up and tell us about his experience.
I'm Daniel Hody. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Stice for helping me get this internship. I also wanted to thank VIEW. I've learned a lot, like working in like a corporate environment. I worked in the HR. I worked there for 6 weeks during the summer. It taught me a lot. It taught me, like responsibility, showing up on time and going there, and Cal Hills kind of offers that. Like it gives you opportunities like that, and that's what I like about Cal Hills too, and I really appreciate Mr. Stice for that. And it was just like a life-changing experience because you learn so much in corporate and especially HR, and so much information. It's crazy. Like whether it's filing paperwork or going and transferring like a new hire from one room to another, or just paperwork. It's amazing, And I just really wanted to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity, and I really appreciate it.
And while Daniel is standing here, I'd like Tina Lau from VIEW to come up and tell us about her part for the partnership.
Hi, I'm very honored to be here, and again, thank you, everyone. Daniel actually joined as an HR intern supporting our team. I'm in HR and recruiting, but he has helped us significantly in a lot of these HR projects, like uploading photos into our employee HRIS database and helping us plan employee events like ice cream events for all of our interns. So all of our interns were really engaged, and thanks to Daniel, our HR intern and another HR intern of ours, they hosted these events to make it a very nice and fun experience for our the rest of our interns and our employees at VIEW. Again, thank you, Daniel, for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Tina. Please come on up.
Wait, does Mr. Stice want to come up too?
That's okay. You come in. You're fine. I got a little height.
All right, hang on. Let's do it for Mr. Stice here. 1, 2. Make sure we do it one more time. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
One more roll, Kelly.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what used to your scene.
I'd like to add, it's important to note, one of the neat things that I want to mention about Excel Construction is that when the bond was passed, this board asked executive cabinet for each of the vendors that were going to be supporting our bond and spending the taxpayer dollars, that they find internship opportunities and they find ways to make sure that the dollars that we are paying them stay in our community and pay it forward. So kudos to you for taking up that challenge. When we were here that night, we talked about we want to see that by the time that this project is finished, that we will have children from our school district that are familiar with the construction industry and see it as possibly an education or a future purposeful pathway. So thank you for that, Excel Construction. Appreciate that.
Okay, I'd like to invite our co-principals, interim co-principals of Randall Elementary, Kristen Prolo and Olivia Contreras, to come up.
This was not planned.
We matched. See, you're already balancing. So I'd like to give you each an opportunity to share with the board and the community a little bit about your vision and your hopes for Randall.
Well, Board of Education, Executive Cabinet, thank you so much for this opportunity. It is with immense joy. I'm very proud to accept this position. I've been at Randall for the past 3 years as your assistant principal, and I feel committed to continue the work that we've begun in supporting our students, our staff, and our parent community, as well as our two-way bilingual Spanish program. Estoy muy orgullosa de estar aquí esta tarde con ustedes, compartiendo mi gratitud y mi felicidad, aceptando esta posición de co-directora de nuestra escuela de Randall, apoyando a nuestros alumnos, nuestra comunidad, en todo el trabajo. Seguiré haciéndolo con todo corazón y apoyando también nuestro programa bilingüe en español.
Gracias.
I have some help here. It is my honor to be standing in front of you with a really cool new title. I couldn't be more honored to continue to work to advocate that we educate world-class leaders who understand not only culture but multiple languages. The ability to have an impact as a co-principal, to work with somebody who has the same values and great fashion sense as I do. We are going to be an unstoppable force. We know this is new for the district, and we think we're going to set a great precedent. I'm going to work as tirelessly for my Randall students as I have for my own children as immersion students, and I think the better way to put it actually comes from someone who has been through a program that I have fought for as a parent, and you've given me the opportunity to now fight for as an administrator in the district, so I'll let him be that kid.
Buenas tardes, señoras y señores. Yo soy Brendan, el hijo de señora Prolo, y quiero dar muchísimas gracias a todos, la Junta de Educación y la Superintendente, para dar esta oportunidad a mi mamá, para tener este trabajo a ayudar a los niños más pequeños, para dar estos niños más oportunidades para su futuro. Yo soy parte de un programa muy similar, pero soy más viejo. Y cuando yo voy a colegio, voy a tener más oportunidades para tener mejor trabajo, mejor gana y crear programas muy similares a esto en mi comunidad y otras comunidades. So, for those who don't speak Spanish, my name's Brendan. I am the son of Ms. Prolo. I'd like to give great thanks to the Board of Education and Superintendent for giving my mom this opportunity to start supporting a program that has greatly helped me. I started this program in kindergarten, and knowing 2 languages is extremely important, and especially when you live in communities that don't all speak one language and don't have the access to learn another language. Being able to be that middle ground is extremely helpful, and me and my classmates are so happy that she has this job because they know that she can support a program that could possibly be better than the one I experienced. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is it me?
Cabinet report.
Superintendent.
Cabinet reports.
Superintendent's executive cabinet reports.
All right, let's start with our principal and her team from Pomeroy, Ms. Nicole Klein. Again, for the
people that are here for the first time, each board meeting, we have one of the principals, a teacher, and a representative from the school PTA speak about their campus directly to the board members with any concerns, opportunities, and exciting things that are going on their campus.
Thank you. They threatened not to come up with me, and then I was plotting how I would get the crowd involved to bring them up and join the team, because Pomeroy doesn't do anything alone. There's always a strong team behind anything that's done at Pomeroy, and this year we are looking to really expand the sense of belonging and sense of family that we have. That's such a treasure that Pomeroy has been able to grow and cultivate within our own walls. We're looking to expand that this year. So it ties directly to one of our LCAP goals, where we're focusing on the social emotional learning and the gains of social emotional learning. And so I wanted to pass it off to Ms. Sainton to hear about some of the other things we're doing.
Hi, good evening. One of the things that I'm most excited about this year is continuing our partnerships on Escuela Parkway. We are so lucky to be in the location that we're at, with the middle school across the street, the high school next door, and now the college campus extension right across the street as well. So we have been working and providing teachers the opportunities to work with other teachers from elementary to the middle school through our personalized learning program. And now we've been in partnership with the principal at Russell, and we're working with the high school to create mentorship programs for our students to work with other students to achieve higher success with their academics and other goals that they may be setting for themselves. So we're really excited about all of that community building that we have on our street and our work with our parents. So I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Seema Patel, who is our PTA president.
And only because they made me do it. So I am Seema. I actually graduated from Milpitas High, and now both my kids are at Pomeroy. And Miss Klein has a way with words where her and Miss Sainton always tag team people. So here I am on Tuesday night. So our PTA this year, one of our goals actually, our theme this year is partners at Pomeroy, and our goal is to get 100% of the teachers and staff to become PTA members. And the reason I set such a high goal is because we had a few scattered memberships last year from teachers, and I'm a big believer in public education because I went to a junior college and then got my degree from Irvine and went to ASU. So in all realms, San Jose State is a great university. I'm just saying. To support our goal of regardless of what the culture is, I know at Pomeroy we have a great mix of diversity, just culturally, as well as academic goals. And as president, our goal really is to engage the teachers and have the kids love to want to come to school, which is hopefully going to build that foundation for them always wanting to be learners. And so we plan to do that by partnering with teachers, 100% goal. We've actually gotten almost 80 because we did a welcome back breakfast for parents and teachers, fully sponsored by our community partners. And also back to school night, we managed to spoil the teachers with some Starbucks, again, fully sponsored by the community. And so we're just hoping that everything we do builds from the teachers to the parents to the students wanting to engage at school. And then they make me do it all, so.
So I was lucky enough to have Seema's son for 2 years, and I also was able to have her older daughter, because at Pomeroy we do a lot of teaming with our students, and we rotate kids based on their needs, so we're really aiming to meet the needs of each child individually. This year I was asked by Greg, or maybe it was end of last year, to attend an inclusion kind of seminar, and out of that I became very excited, and I became the cluster. We cluster our students from RSP. And through that, I am working with our RSP teacher and one other teacher as a team to build an inclusion Not sure really what it's going to look like, but we've already started teaming in my classroom with two of my students that are classified RSP. And I can already see the difference with them not going out. They're included, they're not labeled, they're not pointed out. We all work together in the classroom. So I'm really excited for the next training that we're going to get in November and how to make this move forward so it becomes the norm instead of the exception. Pomeroy has always been my family, going on 20-some years there, 12 at Kirtner. We are a Milpitas Unified School District, and Pomeroy is proud to be one of the elementary schools. Thank you.
And so we look forward to having a lot of district staff and board members to come and engage in some of the work that we're doing or all the work that we're doing. So please be on the lookout for lots of invitations because we're really opening our doors to lots of opportunities for the community as well as the board and district staff to really engage and take part, bring what you want to bring to the table to share with our community because we all bring something to the table that deserves to be shared. So please come out and join us this year.
Ms. Klein, before you run off, could you tell us a little bit about the attendance efforts that you're doing?
You want to hear that? Well, it is September, so it's Attendance Awareness Month.
Yep.
We're really focusing this year on engaging opportunities to really meet with our families about independent study and finding the value of family time, trying to find the balance of family time as well as the opportunities missed when students aren't physically with trained educators, and really utilizing the vacations that we have and supporting our families in realizing that, yes, we know that in the Bay Area, not many of us have families that live close by. And so we do sometimes need to travel, but we need to make sure that we're looking at what is the impact educationally that our students are having, as well as looking at our attendance with day-to-day attendance, really focusing on just giving families that information of this is how much money it costs if we want to look at it numbers, but really the experiences. You cannot replace an experience of a single day missed at school. So trying to really push that if your child is sick, keep them at home, let them rest, so that they're not spreading the germs so that we're all missing school, but really be honest, be open, be honest. If you need to miss, you need to miss, but we're going to miss you when you're gone. So please make sure that you're with us. And so, yeah. Do we have a goal? We have a goal, 98.2%, that we do have a lot of classes. We do monthly celebrations for our classes that meet that monthly goal. So this year, the start of the year, we always start off really well. So many classes and many grade levels are meeting that goal already.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, team. I think in the interest of time, is there something burning that you want to share? If not, we can go ahead.
Well, I would love to share one exciting item with the board and also the community. Tomorrow, our MOT department will host electrical bus training for the whole Bay Area. And we're going to have a demo bus, electrical bus, coming to the college extension. So we're borrowing that school side. They're going to provide a training to the mechanics. And we're hoping to get our first electrical bus probably by the end of next month. So I'm very happy to share that with everyone.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
What time it starts at? It starts from 8:30 to 12:30. But this is pretty much a training. It's a true training. It's not really for public visit. But once we get our first electrical bus, definitely we'll advertise that.
I am really, I need to share basically and congratulate Dr. Barnes because California School Board Association has named L4L Love for Literacy Initiative as a Golden Belt finalist. And so it really a big round of applause for this program. That is, yes. And so we're looking at Thursday, December 5th, receiving the bell, bringing the bell, and celebrating with the community. So. Well,
we need the validation.
We need the validation visit, but we're getting it, right, Dr. Barnes? We're getting it, so, yes. And then I also wanted to connect the invitation from Pomeroy. They also have very graciously offered Pomeroy as the site for the C2C and October 9th. So thank you for the sharing and breaking down the walls and inviting everyone to come and share. So thank you. Looking forward to a very, very successful C2C event.
Since she did two, I'm going to give her one of mine so we can get going on the meeting. So I just enjoyed the back-to-school nights last week. It was a lot of fun. Made it to Pomeroy, Spangler, Weller, and Kertner. I didn't make it to Burnett, so I felt bad. So I went to the donut store, bought 3 dozen donuts to bring it to the staff the next morning. They said, "You can miss more meetings, Mr. Brunson, no problem."
Thank you, team.
At this time, before we move on to board group agreements, or, I'll do board group agreements, and then we'll move into the next item. Board group agreements. You can see them on the screen. Board group agreements are provided for the board's ready reference as a reminder of our conduct as elected officials. Per Board Bylaw 9001 amended on April 10th, 2018, board members and the superintendent agreed to the following. Keep learning and achievement for all students as our primary focus. Ask questions for our own understanding. Be open and honest with each other. No surprises. Be aware that our behavior in the Milpitas community reflects on us as a team. Communicate proactively with each other about topics, questions, and challenges in open session and in advance of public board meetings in compliance with the Brown Act. Participate in professional development and commit time and energy necessary to be an informed and effective leader. And number 8, actively support the culture of week in action, deed, and opportunity to serve the students and parents of the Milpitas Unified School District. At this time, I'm going to ask to request the board that we move an item. I would like to ask to move item 17C up on the agenda. It is a resolution to approve nominating Dave Cortese for the California School Boards Association Outstanding Legislator Award. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I make the motion to move the item on 17C over.
Yes. Is there a motion? We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, let's move forward to that resolution. Our local legislators who have made significant contributions to MUSD and education should be recognized for their work. Dave Cortese has effectively contributed to has contributed to MUSD through the Schooling Services Program, which serves 4,832 students in our middle through high schools. It is our desire to submit this resolution and recognition to the California School Boards Association with the approval of the board. Can we show the resolution? And it is our tradition at all of our board meetings to have someone read the resolution into the record.
Certainly, I could do that here. From the top? Yes. Just make sure. The resolution nominating Santa Clara County Supervisor Dave Cortese for the California School Boards Association Outstanding Legislator Award, whereas Supervisor Dave Cortese served the community of Santa Clara County as board member of the 3rd District since 2009, and whereas Supervisor Dave Cortese was elected to the neighboring San Jose City Council in 2001, serving in that body for 8 years, and authored and supported numerous bills that benefit San Jose Public Schools and inspired others, including but not limited to the expansion of homework center programs. And whereas Supervisor Dave Cortese was elected to the Board of Trustees for the largest high school district in Northern California in 1992, serving for 8 years and 2 years as president, where he jump-started dormant plans to build a new high school in and co-chaired a successful $80 million bond campaign. And whereas Supervisor Dave Cortese participated in a panel alongside Milpitas Unified Board of Education member Chris Norwood, Congressman Ro Kohana, thank you, Assembly member Kansan Chu, thank you, and other local community leaders in a discussion on legislation aimed at the protection of our student community, especially in regard to gun violence. And whereas Supervisor Dave Cortese is known throughout the county of Santa Clara, as well as right here in Milpitas, for his numerous community outreaches and forums, many of which focus on public education. And whereas Supervisor Dave Cortese was a major architect of a continuation program which became School Link Services, a $40 million a year program now available at around 200 of our schools that connects students and families to social services, probation, etc. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Milpitas Unified School District hereby nominates Supervisor Dave Cortese for the California School Boards Association 2019 Outstanding Legislator Award. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted immediately to the California School Boards Association, passed and adopted by the Board of Education of the Milpitas Unified School District on September 10th, 2019.
Let's give Mr. Cortese, who is not here with us today, but we do have a representative from his office, a round of applause. Paul, would you like to speak on behalf of Mr. Cortese? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education. Thank you to Board President Norwood for bringing this resolution to the board. Supervisor Cortese really was trying to make it today, but he had another appointment, so I'm just here to accept the nomination on his behalf and to thank you all for bringing the resolution to the board today. And I wanted to thank you for recognizing Supervisor Cortese's track record on advocating for public schools and public school teachers. I know the resolution mentions opening up homework centers, school link services. I also wanted to mention bringing Measure A funding for affordable housing for teachers so they can actually remain in the community. And also the annual student and teacher bus trip that the supervisor hosts every year to Sacramento. So thank you again.
Thank you. We'll have a copy of the signed resolution from the board sent to your office. Thank you. At this point, we are at, we've done board group agreements. And now we're at board communication requests. This part of the agenda provides school board members the upper. Oh, we have to vote on that. I didn't vote.
Yeah.
Okay. So my apologies. We have to vote on the resolution.
So you need a nomination?
A vote for the.
Is it roll call?
Yeah.
It's a roll call vote. Board member Lien.
Yes.
Board member Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Board member No.
Yes.
Board member Stai.
Yes.
Board member Mambat.
Yes.
Thank you. The passes with a unanimous. Thank you. Board communication requests, item 15 on the agenda. This part of the agenda provides school board members the opportunity to report on their activities as elected representatives. School board members may request the placement of items on future board agenda, relay information from the community, or request information from staff. The student board representative reports on school and student activities. And let's start with the school board, or the student Board Representative.
Okay, so in the past 2 weeks from the last meeting, we've had quite a few activities. So, like the first day of school, we did a second welcome splash where we stood at all the entrances of the school, and instead of just welcoming them to the school, we gave each of them a free wristband and actually thanked them for coming to our school, which really spreads like the appreciation of all the students rather than just leaving them to be. And this week we have our Clog Rush, which is basically where students, where clubs get to display themselves and students can decide to join their clubs. And this event really represents our diversity as a school and as a district, because we have a lot of diverse clubs. Like we have like Korean clubs, Vietnamese clubs, Indian clubs, and yeah, that just really represents our culture of we, and that's it.
Thank you. Board Member Tai.
Yes, I went to some activities. Well, I joined with APALI, the Asian Pacific American Legislative Institute. We had an annual celebration. Also, the Northern California Taiwanese Association's 50th anniversary, and had a great time at various back-to-school nights across our various schools, and saw a great turnout from the community.
Thank you. Board Member No.
A lot of activities, actually. During the week of August 26th, I attended the Rancho Middle School back-to-school night, and we have a Vice Principal, Ms. Nino's in attendance, and it was great to see all the students there well-prepared to help usher parents to various locations. As new parents coming in and not knowing the layout of the school, students were very helpful, very kind, very adopting of the culture we, and really introducing. As I introduced myself and asked for directions, I caught the student saying, hey, that gentleman was very nice. But in retrospect, it was the student that was very nice. So really appreciate the students there. I also attended the Sunny Hills and Rose CDC orientation. For those that don't know what CDC is, it's the Child Development Center, practically our preschool here in the city of Milpitas. They're doing fabulous work with young kids and also teaching parents on how to come to school on time, take care of the kids, making sure they're in attendance, and if they're sick, please keep them home from that standpoint. Attended the Rose PTO meeting, had a meeting with Norma Rodriguez and Wendy Sang from the district here, and wonderful information as I get caught up with everything that's happening in the school district, so appreciate that. During the week of September 2nd, I attended the Pomeroy back-to-school night, and we have our Pomeroy team here, so thank you. The campus was very inclusive, really appreciate all the teachers, really answering a lot of parent questions. Parents were very engaged at Pomeroy, particularly asking about PLP and iReady and getting that. As a parent myself, I'm confused about that as well too. So I know that Pomeroy is going to host a basically training night for parents to understand that. So really appreciate that. Also attended the Spangler back to school night and got to meet Principal Lopez and Vice Principal Park, and also attended their school site council earlier today. And really great attendance and parent participation, trying to understand how the bylaws work in the school site council, and really just understand how to operate going forward and really improve all their different schools. So I really appreciate everyone in the community as I get out there and introduce myself and just get to know everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for hitting the ground running. Board Member Yip Chuan.
Yeah, there were a lot of activities going on. I volunteered at the Hot August Bites with fellow Rotarians out there and got to mingle with our community. Normally, I don't get to, besides our parent community in our schools, I was able to meet with other members of our community, so that was kind of nice. Then we had I juggled with Russell and the Rancho Back to School night. They were the same night, and luckily I was able to participate in my own daughter's Back to School night at Russell. The following week, there were five Back to School nights, and I attended Weller, Kirtner, and Burnett. Again, I was able to participate in the Burnett because of my kids' school there. And then yesterday evening, I was able to attend the Russell School Site meeting, and I got to see the members there, voting for their officers. So that was kind of nice to see.
Thank you, Kelly. Board Member Hamien, Vice President Hamien.
It's okay.
I gotta get it right.
It's perfectly okay. Well, on Sunday, I spent my day launching the RVP with the interactors from different high schools. These kids, these students come together to do fundraising so that they can buy their own tickets, pay for their own hotels in July, every July, to go to Vietnam, where they spend 2 weeks training or teaching English to the students at Đồng Tháp University. And they gave a great report of last July where they had so much fun that after the program ended, both the Vietnam students cried and the students here cried, saying goodbye to each other. So this year, we have a total of 27 students, and I'm so proud that we have 2 of our MHS seniors.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Lynn, thank you. I had the opportunity to, the dryer in the bathroom. I had the opportunity to attend several back-to-school nights as well. And at each of the back-to-school nights, I was able to share a few words, and the words that I shared at those back-to-school nights were 51. That is how much the amount of money that the school districts earns when our children are at school. And as we are looking at cost management, we know that one of the ways that we can do everything that we can to retain our existing infrastructure and grow on that is if we reach that 98.2% goal that they have at Pomeroy. Can we make that kind of like the standard everywhere, or would they get mad? Okay.
Norma, Amy?
Seeing what the bar is, what the current average is, and then make small incremental growth patterns towards the 98.
He wants the bar.
So the bar is 90.
Then Superintendent Jordan would need to give me that.
Superintendent Jordan? Okay.
I think we're getting kind of off the agenda, but just very briefly, each school has its own target that it needs to improve. So I'll look at each school with the principal and come back with the targets for each one. And I do know they will be significant. In cabinet this morning, we looked at what it costs for 50 students to increase, or I should say what the benefit is if we increase our ADA by 0.5% across the district, which is 50 students. That brings them $480,000, so we will definitely have meaningful targets.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. At this time, I would like to make another board request that we've concluded with the board communication. Also Superintendent Jordan, as we had earlier, we had a very passionate group of community members, and I do not want that conversation to conclude. There are things that we can do that can improve our processes and their ability to see and engagement and their participation, because we need them to be at the table all the way through. Thank you.
I wrote down culture, taxpayers, and transparency as the 3 points that you summarized.
Awesome, thank you. At this point, I'd like to move item 17. I'd like to ask the board to approve moving action item 17G, and that is approve the right of entry for Spring Valley Fire Department at Airpoint.
I give that motion to move up item 17G.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries, and we are moving up item 17G.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And we currently have a MOU with the Spring Valley Fire Department, and it has been expired on June 30th this year. And so staff actually reached out to them, and we came up with this new MOU and for a current year. So this new MOU, Scott, could you open the attachment? And we made we advanced this MOU from the old version. We extended some of the term, and some of the highlights I would like to share with the board. Is one item is under 1.1.4 and 1.1.5. Okay, here, those two. So we included the maintenance and extended and make it more clear the responsibility between the fire department and also the district. And so this is a clearly lay out who is responsible for what. And this will provide a reasonable cost that can save the district, because since we rent it out to the fire department and they're willing to fix some minor repairs and use their like a labor trade, so that can relieve our district maintenance staff time. So that's the couple areas I would like to point out. And also, if you, Scott, can go to the section 1.4, we also expanded the educational program here, the educational services to the district. And we really like to thank the fire department. They're willing to commit at least 6 educational events throughout the year to our student. And I also would like to thank Mr. Norwood and Cheryl for your time and effort to put into this to make it happen. And I know you two both spend a lot of time talking to them and to actually come up with this idea. And I just got lucky to be sitting in the last meeting to wrap this up, so to put this in the MOU. But thank you for your effort. I think this is a really a great program, and it will help our kid and also provide some like fun to their education. And also, I would like to thank the fire department who is willing to do that and to work with us. So this is kind of a new session we put it in. Other than that, I think the rest of the agreement is like pretty standardized. So I'm asking the board to approve this MOU with the Spring Valley Fire Department. And also, we have representative tonight sitting in the audience from the fire department. So maybe can we invite them to the podium? Maybe they can share a couple words from their end.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Larry is here. Okay, Larry, thank you for being here tonight with your crew.
Everybody was looking at me, so I thought I'd stand up. We're really excited for another year like this. We've had over 4,000 folks go through the front door there, which never in my wildest dreams did I think that would happen, and I'm sure some of the board members didn't think that would happen too. And, we're sharing it with different agencies and, everybody from, CAL FIRE to all kinds of folks. Even the police department's using it one evening a month for their canine training. And they brought San Jose police in there too for their canine training. So there's all kinds of people that are using it, and we're it's
Sorry.
on. Yeah. I hear the echo there. So anyway, I want to thank the board again. Hopefully we'll get it for another year. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're excited about teaching the kids too, because I think that's what, you know, that's what our volunteer fire department is about, is training these kids so they can go on to careers in fire departments. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very appreciative of your openness to the idea of building pathways for us and helping us in reaching that strategic goal. And it was really exciting, as Wendy said, speaking with all of you and with Chris about possibilities. And it's that kind of mindset that is going to help us to achieve what we're hoping to do for all of our students. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Now, is there a motion to approve the right to entry with the Spring Valley Fire Department?
Yes, I make the motion to approve the right of entry for Spring Valley Fire Department at Airpoint.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Congratulations, gentlemen. Item 16, reports. 16A, quarterly report, Williams Settlement Compliance. Superintendent Jordan.
So in the third quarter, we were remiss in bringing the quarterly report forward to the board. So we need to make sure we do that. And there were no records of complaints regarding materials, learning environment, or equity in learning spaces.
Thank you. Item 16B, developer fee, annual public report. Assistant Superintendent, Business Services.
Okay, so now we have officially closed our 18-19 financial records, and as a part of the closing, we're required to disclose the developer fee collections. So this, and we need to hold a public hearing first, and then to, Scott, can you open the attachment so we can see the report? And each year after we close out, we present a summary of the developer fee collections throughout the year. So this past year, the total collection was 4.6 million. I mean, this is the beginning balance. So we have a 4.6 million carry forward a balance from previous years. And then the total collections and plus the interest earned is about 2.9 million. And then we spend a total of 3.1 million. And the expenditures were pretty much on Meadows, the Meadows Phase 1 project. So we basically pay off the contractors and from developer fee fund. And now the ending fund balance of our developer fee fund is about 4.4 million. And I just wanted to share with the board that right now, we charge level 2 developer fee. Yeah, level 2 is the highest level that we can charge, and it's 4.62 per square foot. And however, we just look at our eligibility, and we are only eligible till November 14th. And because our declining enrollment, so we cannot stay at level 2 anymore. So effective November 15, we'll go back to level 1. The level 1 fee is 3.79 per square foot right now. And that fee will be adjusted in January when the state allocation board adopt for the next year. So it is, so level 1 is more like a standard statewide rate. And also I wanted to point out that I looked at back now record because you all are aware Milpitas had a lot of development. And most of those development actually have been already done. So this past 5 years as a district, we total collect about together with interest earned is over 15 million in developer fees. And we spend most of those developer fees on our Maple Meadows Phase 1 project. So that's our status on our developer fee right now.
Thank you. I would like the board to indulge me one more time and move item 16E ahead of 16D.
I motion that we move item, is it E, above item D.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. 16E, facility summer projects update and planning efforts for future project presentation.
Well, thank you, Ms. Board President, to move that item in respect of staff's time and the consultant time here. And tonight, we would like to have our bond consultant, Travis, and to give the board a quick summary of our summer facility project of Measure AA. So I'll turn it over to Travis then.
Very good, thank you. Good evening. I'm pleased to present you with this. Am I on? With this report of what we did over the summertime. Got out the gate quickly with the Measure AA summer projects, things that are quicker to get on right out the gate. Before I move forward in this, I'd like to acknowledge Brian Shreve has been a huge help for me. 30 years of institutional memory and makes quick decisions, has standards, has everything in a good place. So thank you to him. A lot of this goes very well because of his efforts. This front cover is a rendering of what is close to what the Randall modernization is going to look like. So you see the multipurpose on the left and the new admin building on the right there. Oops. As you know, there was a budget put forth for how this spending for the $284 million would be spent. These are the categories for spending. As we move forward, you'll see we'll highlight in color where we spent the money this summer. Strategic plan goals are always important to incorporate into the bond projects. In this case, goals 2 and 5 were met to improve communication systems for better outreach to parents, students, and staff. Evidenced tremendously in the Randall committee meetings and parent meetings. Chin Song, whose children go there, our director of IT, was very instrumental in some very valuable input there. And so that community feels like they were heard. When we build something, they won't be surprised by what we built because they had a say in it. Identify creative student-focused solutions or strategies to accommodate enrollment growth and ensure healthy learning environments, and that certainly occurred, as you'll see, through these projects. Paving projects, that falls under the safety and security category. Tri-Valley Paving was the low bidder on all of these. You can see we did work at Pomeroy, Rose, Sinnott, Russell, and over at the MOT yard. Total cost for the paving projects, a little over $1.7 million. And that is Pomeroy. And there's some paving. So you can see there's a pretty dramatic difference there, and they did a really wonderful job, and they did a wonderful job with the striping. And the tetherball poles they knocked over, they replaced. It's hard to see those things in a big dump truck, so took care of that. There's MOT yard right there.
Nice.
And you can see the improvements. They got paint and paving over there. We did not paint the crosswalk, but that's Milpitas High, previous to the new paint job that you see over there now. Kind of pops. And then here is Kirtner. Yeah, Kirtner. A lot of school. I'm still memorizing a couple of them. So here's Kirtner with the Blue Skies painting, a little over $1 million, and you can see the outcome there. And the school sites picked some really bright colors, and it's fun to go to each one and see what they chose. And one of them apparently is Seahawks fans. Roofing projects, a little over $2 million of roofing projects. These guys, there's two companies on the roofing project, State Roofing, California Roofing. And I think they both did a bang-up job. There's some
punch list items and pipes and stuff that need to be supported. We did have a little delay in getting some gas going to the home ec room. We just back hired a contractor, got them to do that. We'll back charge the roofing contractor for that. Little hiccups along the way, but nothing we can't handle. There's your new roof. And then here's Russell's roof. And then over at Spangler, we put in some new HVAC units, and we also took out a whole bunch of piping that was super old and a bunch of stuff in those pipes that you wouldn't want to wash your hands with. So replaced that with copper, redid those restrooms, and just put them back together. $702,000 there total. The sum total of summer projects was just shy of $5.9 million. Now looking to the future, things that are more exciting to look at than paving and roofing. Mabel Mattos Phase 2 is moving along through design development. As you know, the board approved a contract with Block Construction for lease-back pre-construction services, working very closely with IBI Architects to fine-tooth comb that. And that's 3 additional classroom buildings and a multi-purpose building. Increment 1 plans, which is the site work, were sent to DSA separately to expedite the process. And so we should break ground maybe March, April on increment 1, working with the city to handle encroachment permits and those things that they have jurisdiction over. So we're working with them pretty diligently as well. Randall modernization, same thing. We hired XL Construction, who you heard from earlier, to work with HMC Architects. The design development's moving along nicely for that. We'll be into DSA shortly and hopefully break ground on that when school lets out in June. The Air Park here and Second High School campus right now, at the board's direction, we're issuing an RFP to our pool of architects for architectural services related to Milpitas High School. That's the Performing Arts Center, the modernization, the second gym, and the removal of the portables. And we'll juggle that around because can't move the portables until we build here. Rancho Track and Russell Track, we have solicited one design firm. I thought they were a little high. We've gone out for some other bids on design work for those, and so we're waiting on those now, trying to get those prepared so that when school lets out in June, we can fly through those projects relatively easily. Modernization at various sites. I'll be meeting with Brian Shreve and his team and Deanna on Thursday to discuss prioritization for which ones need to come first. That's, again, Brian's wealth of knowledge to know this school is dire need compared to this school, those sorts of things. And then we have a overall map laid out for how we want to address those. Campus security upgrades, met with an architect this last week to talk about not only fencing but landscaping ideas to make it a more natural environment while securing the campus. And so we're going to come up with some standards for that, and then we'll meet at each campus with site representatives to determine what's the best for those campus within some standards that we develop throughout the process. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Actually, I do. I think I had a parent came to me and asked me, when you guys do the modernization, let's say hypothetically, you pulled out something and you find out that there's other issues. What do you guys do? Do you guys fix it or?
Yeah, it depends on the scope of the modernization, but a good example would be you're going to modernize a classroom and you pull out some casework and you see some plumbing that's sticking out in the middle of the room and you need to rework that. On a modernization, I get a cricket every time I speak, it comes out. On the modernization, it's right here. Modernization, you'll put in a contingency of around 8% for unforeseen conditions, and that could be any number of things. We've done it where we've done some landscaping and found an entire bus barn foundation in the ground, but there's a percentage in there as a contingency, and that contingency, what that does is allows us to remedy those problems without coming back to the board. That is to say, if the project's $1 million, we have an 8% contingency of $80,000, we come across that, we're okay spending that contingency to remedy that problem. So that's how we do that.
Okay, and if it's more, what do you guys do?
We come back to seek additional funds from the school board.
I see.
That rarely happens with appropriate contingencies, though. I think once in my past 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
So that brings up a question. In that instance, do you ever look to remedy the situation with a more cost-effective solution so that you don't have to come back to the board?
Yes, a good example of that, a project I was on some years ago, a two-story classroom building, had a big cascading metal staircase. That staircase came out, they welded it on, it was 5.5 inches higher than the concrete it was supposed to sit on. A little bit of contention because they cut it off, they re-welded it, and 6 months later, they sent us a $35,000 change order. And then my speech to everybody is, don't do that. Don't do any work without prior written approval of the district, because what I would have done in that instance is analyze what's the cheaper way out. So I would rather spend, if it was the district's fault or architect's fault or some culpability for us, I would rather remove the concrete and raise it 5.5 inches, because we still had slope, for $6,000 than to pay $35,000 for a new set of stairs. And so that's how I vet everything. And I tell every single contractor, do not do work without prior written approval, because I need the opportunity to accept it, reject it, or modify it. Modify it happens quite often. And with my background as a general contractor and then being a guy that actually bags on building schools and bridges, usually I have a reasonable idea or consult with architectural firm.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from any of the board members?
You remarked about last time there were the weird cricket sounds.
Oh, yeah, walked right, here he is.
Oh.
It's here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here we are.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Good. So the question that I have is that Excel Construction, so I forgot my rough estimate in terms of the amount of funding that was spent. And you heard about the internship that Excel Construction has done. Now that we kind of have you on board, now we kind of have the teams that are going to be on board. I would like, I would probably say, in coordination with whomever you need, to give us an idea of how many students that we could have over the course of the next year, or over the course of the next year have experiences, whether they're 6-week, 12-week, 1-month experiences, as a part of this funding. Because again, I'm committed to making sure that at the end of this project, we have, and I would love to say 100 or 150 kids that are now considering or that have secured part-time positions when they're at home and those types of things as far as a part of it.
Sure.
And then also, the other piece is our relationship with the teams that we're working with in terms of them reinvesting in Milpitas. Like if they're staying here, if they are eating here, those types of things. Because again, if you look at the taxpayer dollars going to a firm and then they are reinvesting in the community where they're working, that's really taxpayer money hard at work. And you seem to be well-versed at a number of things that I would like for you, or in coordination with Wendy, or however that goes, to kind of keep that somewhere top of mind so that we can continue to see our kids come in and talk about these experiences and being our testimonies from not only the bond work being completed, but also we're getting outcomes on behalf of our students.
And I'd be happy to do that. I'd be happy to mentor as many students as possible in the construction management industry, because I've come across so many firms that are in need of people who are qualified, who understand the process, and who don't just show up and take a picture, but actually know how to manage a project. I'd be happy to mentor whomever for that.
Yeah, now you're saying that actually give me a great idea because, Travis is owner of his own company, so where we can reach out to maybe a couple high school students to see if they would like to shadow you for a half day or a day, and so, yeah, we can start from there too. So you and I, we can spend more time, maybe we can develop a program.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, Travis, I have one more question.
Sure.
I guess when you're doing the modernization, how do you determine what item gets replaced and what items don't get replaced? Like when you're doing the piping, would you also replace the fountains too, or would you How do you determine what items get replaced?
The way that this Measure AA is budgeted, as I come in and look at the overall budget, is there was several line items for each school, and that would be painting, paving, HVAC, roofing, repairs, those sorts of things. There was a line item and a value associated with each of those line items, but there was a line item for modernization as well, which is a pretty generic term, and that's a term you can come in and say, well, what do you want to happen within this budget? And so I think I think we'd be better to consolidate all those line items to one modernization is what we're looking toward doing. And that way we can hire one design team, one contractor, manage one design team, manage one contractor, push this stuff through. One interruption to the site. It may extend beyond summer months, but one interruption to the site. And so what we would do is go in with that budget and say, what are your priorities? A good example was Rancho. When I got here, Rancho wasn't totally sure what they were getting versus what their needs are. So Cheryl and I went over and spoke with them at length to better understand what their desires are. But we always start with, here's your budget, and understand if you're school number 1 or 2, you can't take away from the budget of the school at the bottom of the list. So we need to really be diligent in staying within the budget and contingencies. And so then the site kind of directs where you go. But yeah, typically if I pull out piping and that sort of thing, I like to see new fixtures because you already took off the old stuff, so you may as well. And we have district standards. Brian sent me a list of his very, very detailed list of district standards, so pretty easy to follow.
So it's not automatically that when you replace a pipe, let's say you would replace like the fountain or any part of the attachments?
It's more rare that you replace the piping than it is that you replace the drinking fountain. I know there are a lot of grants out there where the drinking fountain company, and they sell the filters, so they'll give you the drinking fountain, but they neglect to mention that there's maybe 10 or 15,000 in infrastructure things that need to occur. You need electric for it, you need a drain for it, you need to have clean water pipe to that. So while it's good to get that free fountain, it's never really free. So I would say, yeah, if we had corroded water going to a water fountain, we would choose to change the water fountain. Okay. Yeah. And some of these things, there is a district-wide contingency, so if you're running a little short, we can come to the board and ask for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question. So I like the idea about mentoring students with your work and maybe providing internships. I wanted to ask, have you had experience mentoring students in a setting like this?
I've mentored Bonnie back here for the last couple of years. So when her and I opened this business together, it was that. So that was a mentoring thing. And then when we've had construction management firms in Cupertino, there were some construction management firms, and they would send less than qualified people. So I would sit down and say, here's what I need. So I have a system. I want to see a daily report. I want to know what the temperature is. I want to know how many people were on site. What were they doing? What did they get accomplished? Did they send any requests for information in? What were the obstacles they faced? So that I build a story of that job contemporaneously. So when it gets to the end, if someone says I was delayed, we can say, well, let's see what happened on that day. So that's number one important. Second is vetting out the change orders. And I can certainly teach that. So I've taught it to several. I've coached several sports, and certainly Bonnie and I go on pretty well too. So.
Well, wonderful. On your first point, I thank you for your candid answer.
Sure.
About kind of getting that pipeline of people coming in. As we all know, it takes everyone to create a successful program, and if we can have some proactive communication on the outlines of such a program and what we need from you as well as what you need from us to make this program successful. Sure. Regarding experience with these sorts of programs, my understanding is there's various other agencies such as workforce development groups that have, I believe the building trades also does an apprenticeship program. So right. There are other folks in this space who maybe already have laid out certain blueprints that you can draw from sure. to create a successful program. And if we have time, maybe we could all consult together.
Absolutely.
And really lay some good foundations.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. Excellent job.
So we're moving to C.
Yes. No, we've done that already. The next item on the agenda is something that I've been looking forward to. We've been working hard We've had numerous discussions over the years about the evolution of summer school in Milpitas Unified School District, and I'm excited to hear this report because we have, over the past 3 years, steadily been making improvements, clearly defining the leadership, the infrastructure, and increasing serving the students that are in most need, as well as providing developing leadership through our district staff. So with that said, I look forward to this next presentation of the summer extended learning.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Greg Barnes, and I have the absolute privilege of being the Director of Learning and Development for the Milpitas Unified School District. And one of the things I get to do every year is surround myself with amazing educators, teacher leaders, and administrators as we offer extended learning opportunities for all of our students. So with that, we're going to jump right into the presentation, and I'm going to allow our amazing educators to introduce themselves.
Little bit shorter. Good evening, board. Thanks for having me, or us. Jolly, come up with me. I'm Christina Ravo. I was the principal for our summer enrichment program as well as our extended year, or ESY program, extended school year program at Weller Elementary School. And with me I have...
I'm Jolly Manuel. I was the youth coordinator for the extended summer school program.
So, and we'll get into that in a little bit more. So for the extended school year program, we have the privilege of working with our students who are on oh, what happened?
Are you clicking it?
Yeah, I was clicking, sorry. So, surprise. So we had over 74 staff members with just the ESY program between our amazing paraprofessionals that we had, our awesome teachers that we had, as well as our other support staff. We had our summer enrichment program, which ran side by side, which was put on through adult education. I'm very happy to work with both programs. So at Weller, it was really nice to have that meld of the two programs sorry, I got distracted, to really make sure that we were following our inclusion practices. We made sure all the students had lunch and recess at the same time, so that way so that way the students were enjoying each other's company and they didn't see a difference between their two different programs, even though they were in programs. We were fortunate enough to work with Learning and Development to provide scholarship for one of our students in the summer enrichment program, since it was a fee-based program. So we were really excited to be able to offer that to a student free of charge who was in need but still wanted that extra support. As you can see, for the summer enrichment program, we provided a writer's workshop class, we provided a math class, as well as a science class. And we had different teachers each time, and one student teacher from UCSF who actually worked through the entire program, which was really awesome. We had about 50 students each session for the summer enrichment, and we had the same students the full time for our ESY. And then Jolly here will talk about our youth volunteers, because that was what she worked with.
I had a total of 40 student volunteers reporting to me Monday to Friday, and I would set, I think, 2 volunteers to a classroom. I would set 2 volunteers to a classroom to support the teachers and the students' needs. I also got the chance to work with the workability kids. They got to come volunteer the last week, the last session, and we really enjoyed working with them.
And like I said earlier, we really worked to make sure we were as inclusive as possible. So one of my favorite memories, or one of my favorite memories this year, was we had an inclusion fair, the flyer's not showing, but put on by the Lions Club and the Ladies Guild. They came and they essentially put on this carnival for all of our students. We had the fire truck there, we had the police dogs there, they had carnival games there, and they also had this amazing band called the Dream Achievers. Definitely look them up, who is a group of former students, they're older now, they're adults, but who have autism. And so they played music, the students got to dance around, and there's a little, I don't know, Scott, I think you'll have to push the play button, but you can see the kids dancing around and having fun. Well, if it wants to play, it's kids dancing to the band, having fun after lunch, and just really enjoying their time. It's just a short clip so you can see the energy. The students all really loved it. It was the second to last day of ESY, and then summer enrichment still had one more week. But it was just a really great way to close out the program for all the students, all the staff. They all really enjoyed it. Do you have any questions about? Oh, sorry.
I'd like to add something. Good evening, everybody. So throughout the years that Adult Ed has been putting up the summer enrichment program, we just do the logistics. It started since December, but then Jolly and Christina were actually the stars of the summer. They did a great job, and every time that we went there, there was always something very exciting going on. So I'm very happy. Jolly works with us in different parts of the district, so I'm very excited that you're here with us tonight, and thank you for staying and bringing the kids that it's so late to. And Christina, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and I'm actually going to hand off to Miss Lori Nuno.
Good evening. Thank you. Let's see. So this summer, I had the honor and opportunity of being the principal at Randall Elementary School, where we hosted 5 programs. 3 of them I was coordinator of or helped coordinate, and 2 of them the ELD program, Miss Parwinder Johal coordinated, and then the Tweeby summer program, Miss Olivia Contreras coordinated.
The Tweeby?
Yes. The two-way immersion bilingual program. So they had their own summer school.
Did you know that? Right, so remember, ask questions for
Sorry.
your own,
Yes.
right?
So the programs that I was able to help coordinate this year and run were the ELRP, which is the Early Literacy Reading Program for our incoming third graders. These students need more support in English language arts and reading. So the ELRP focuses on closing that literacy gap for these students by offering intensive small group instruction. All of our students were assessed at the beginning of the summer, and then they were organized into different groups, and each group had different concepts that they focused on throughout the 6-week program, so that students were able to get the intervention that they needed. This year, we also had an intervention coach. This intervention coach did very small group instruction for our lowest readers this year. Our kinder camp and our first grade bridge are both L4L programs. The kinder camp, this was the second year of kinder camp, and it was very successful. It was open to all incoming kinders from the Burnett, Randall, and Rose Triangle. It was co-taught by 2 kinder teachers, and it had 2 sessions. One was a whole group parent participation session where the teachers created lessons for parents to help students at home. And then there was a parent piece, a parent educational piece, where all of the students were in centers, and then the parents sat with the teachers, and they were able to get more resources to help their kindergartners. This was also how our first grade bridge program ran. So both the first grade bridge and the kinder program ran the same, but our first grade bridge was a pilot program and it was open to all incoming first graders. And because it was a pilot program, we just used the Rose attendance area. Oh, okay. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
From the first grade bridge pilot program, do we foresee that it was successful in implementing it in future summers?
Yes, except for we do need to change some things. It's a lot harder for parents. Kinder parents are a lot easier to invite over. They want to be a part of that first year experience. First grade parents, they're a lot busier. I mean, we did have parents who were committed, but it was a very small group. And I think having the parent piece, not every day, but looking at having it once or twice a week over the summer, and then focusing our center on student skills for incoming first graders. The kinder camp was very successful. We had approximately 24 students with their parents, and they were very consistent in their attendance. But I think opening it up to more schools for the first grade bridge will also help with attendance.
Thank you.
Okay. Here's Nicole and Deanna for the high school.
I did have a question.
Sorry.
Is there on how you ran that program and the modifications that need to be made next year, did you and Dr. Barnes develop an SOP, standard operating? So the question that I would ask in the past was, are you coming back next year?
Yes.
And then everybody would kind of look around like, I can't commit to that in advance. So they're not going to say. So now I'm growing up a little bit and I'm saying, is this, what you guys have done is, first of all, it's phenomenal work because it's the future of education when there's so much discussion and work around early learning and our commitment to it and through our education system, our K-12 education system, getting kids earlier. We're talking about stopping the opportunity or decreasing the opportunity gap and the achievement gap and the parent participation early on, because you discover a lot of parents don't know how to participate.
Yes.
So although, and I understand that you guys are in a pilot phase because this is the first time that we ever committed to this in this way within the district. So I'd like to thank Superintendent Jordan and the rest of the staff for allowing us to continue to foster this really early learning so that we can actually spread it across the district. Not to mention, there's work that's being done by Robert Jung with the preschools in terms of bringing them together so that we may be able to incorporate giving them an understanding of what we require of students when they first start school. So kind of going back to my question, is there documentation of how how these programs should run next year, SWOT analysis and all that other stuff that we could look at?
I do have, from our kinder camp, I do have parent surveys. So that I can give to the board and also through Dr. Barnes. For the first grade bridge, no, I don't have the parent surveys. But I know that Dr. Barnes and I had some conversations about how to make the first grade bridge as sustainable as kinder camp.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Great job.
At Milpitas High School this summer, we ran the middle school programs and the high school programs. Our middle school programs for our 7th and 8th graders focused on interventions and how to help students maintain and reinforce the learning from that year going into the next year. So we provided ELD courses for them and math courses. And we had our ESY classes too on site for our middle school and high school students.
and everyone knows I really like looking at numbers. So looking at our high school program, we had 160 ninth graders joining us this summer, which is a little bit lower than we're used to, but we also had some other opportunities spread out throughout the school year to hopefully prevent the gap from occurring and needing or requiring less Tier 3 support over the summer. So 10th grade students, 279, which is about average for what we've had. 11th grade, 255 students, on par with what we've had. 12th grade, a little bit lower than what we've usually had. But this is students that are 12th graders that take part in the summer intervention program through credit recovery are students that are eligible for summer graduation, as well as this year's students that we actually had some 12th grade ESY students. So that number makes it a little on par with years previous, but please know that students that are earning credits towards graduation, that number was quite a bit lower than previous summers, but we're attributing that to work that MHS is doing to kind of prevent the need for credit recovery in order to do a summer graduation option. Looking down at the bottom on that left-hand side, we had 723 students take part in the 2 sessions combined. And then a graduation recovery rate of 94.8%, which is pretty much on par with previous years, and 83.5% CSU credit recovery, so being CSU eligible, so scoring a C or better in their credit recovery scores versus the graduation recovery rate of a D or better. So the CSU recovery rate was higher than previous summers. And then the other program that we were able to offer this summer at Milpitas High School was the Summit Extended Learning Program offered to 5th through 8th graders. Something MHS did have a PLP or a Summit pilot last school year, and Pomeroy also had a 4th grade pilot, but I guess I can speak on behalf of Pomeroy. We noticed that during our pilot years, we don't want to stress our families and our students out of like summer school's coming and make it just a learning opportunity for everyone that first year. So we didn't include 4th or 9th graders in the personalized learning extended opportunities. So there are those numbers, pretty on par with previous summer. We did have, oh boy, I forgot the number. Well over 100 content assessments that were taken and passed this summer. And so 56 students took part and 40 students completed the curriculum. So that means they've proven their knowledge on the content assessments and received a completion certificate for their exposure and mastery of the material. These are all opportunities that students didn't have or kind of showing that they didn't have the exposure to the curriculum if they were to go without this opportunity. So 71.4% of those 56 students did complete the curriculum. So it's setting the students up for success long term.
Nicole, before you go on, when you're describing what's happening with the summer intervention program for high school students, you mentioned Tier 3. Can you just briefly explain what Tier 3 is, Tier 3 supports?
So these are our high needs intervention students. So these are students who have fallen through gaps that are in place during the regular school year. So we've needed to embed a safety net. So summer school being a safety net for a small percentage of students that weren't caught through other intervention sources. So summer school being a great opportunity, we want to make sure that we're ensuring students' success, long-term success, providing them opportunities for graduation, provide them different types of learning opportunities through different types of summer learning, different instructors, things of that sort through the summer program. So Tier 3 that way.
And Tier 3 of our
MTSS support, multi-tiered systems of support.
Thank you.
Oh, man, you've got me tonight, Cheryl.
Because I know you're good.
So this summer, we were lucky enough to have a counselor on site throughout the entire duration of the summer program. They split the summer into 3 weeks equally, Jenna Evercue and Adrian Hernandez. And I just, from my experience, this being my first summer doing summer school, it was crucial to have those added hands on site They assisted with attendance, with course enrollment, with students that were needing support in their coursework. We worked really hard to implement restorative justice practices this summer, so having additional support with adults on campus that could help kids walk through what they were going through, what they were bringing to the site on that day, so that they could complete their coursework successfully. It was really crucial to have them all summer long.
Could you briefly explain what restorative justice is?
I was going to get to that in our final thoughts, but
I'm
yes,
sorry.
I will.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
A lot of these students have discipline records coming to us in our summer programs, if we're just going to put it out on the table. There's been a disconnect for them in their during the school year programs, and in the summer, it's already hard enough to get yourself motivated in there on those summer days, and a lot of these kids are working, they're doing other things. So the opportunities for distractions or other things during summer are high. So finding ways for them to work through conflicts maybe they were having with other students, if they created harm in the community, conflicts with their teachers, we were able to provide strategies for them to work those things out so that the academics could be the focus and they could complete the credits that they needed. So some of our students that were not able to finish the summer program last summer due to suspensions or expulsions were able to finish this summer through some of those means.
Thank you.
And Chris's favorite part of the evening, final thoughts and recommendations for summer programs.
Thank you.
Yes, we've decided to add this slide this year. So just to name a few of them, maintaining a full-time counselor continues to be vital to the success of the program. Without that background, the counseling background, there would be major gaps. So the continued success of the program is heavily reliant on having a full-time counselor, preferably someone that is from Milpitas, but we usually have quite a few people that are interested in that opportunity. Also, classes being offered should be aligned with the regular school year expectations, just A through G requirements, things like that, working in collaboration with MHS and Cal Hills to kind of make sure that we're offering the right courses for students, as well as what is the college extension offering, just to kind of make sure that we're all in the loop of what's available for students. Then also another thing we wanted to add was preparation time for the school secretary and the summer school secretary and counselor prior to the start of summer school. It's kind of that half day of students adding and dropping classes and teachers getting their keys. It's kind of a little chaotic, a little crazy. And so having that opportunity to really set the staff, the office staff, make sure that we're ready, we're all on point, ready to start and welcome the students and welcome the families, is something that would really benefit the program greatly. And then also working with MHS, particularly MHS with an add drop day prior to the start of summer school. This year we had some hiccups with some of the scheduling and the physical rollover, or actually virtual rollover, in Aries took a little bit longer than we anticipated, and then that pushed everything else back. So making sure that we have those deadlines set earlier on in the spring or May. And then having district administrators as summer school admin. Summer school, I personally don't think should be a training ground for new administrators, just because of the situations you may find yourself in, some of them being potentially dangerous depending on how you may handle them. It needs to be some staff with some experience with what Ms. Sainton spoke to about restorative justice practices, knowing what type of experiences and potentially baggage students bring with them when they're joining a summer session. Having that experience is crucial, and then consistency is key to ensure that such an important intervention, a Tier 3 intervention offered to the smallest percentage of students to have the biggest bang for your buck, having consistency in the administration and the staffing is going to be critical in ensuring that the program becomes more and more successful each year. Because if you're constantly teaching someone how to do it each year, you're going to kind of flatline with what the outcomes are.
So, with that said, that you opened up that door,
I know. There's no posting this year yet. We have a couple more up there also.
Okay, I'll go really quick. The last four, we really want to work on in conjunction with Cal Hills and MHS. The counselors at MHS, we would like to work with them on online registration. I think it was overwhelmingly 90%, I'm working on my numbers game, but 90% of students registered online and they didn't use the paper format that I know the counselors at the high school prefer, but if we could sit like we did with the counselors this summer, Jenna and Adrian, and show them the benefits of the rollover, then I think we could get that going. The Aries background knowledge, like Nicole spoke to for the secretary, and then even for us as admin learning about grades and all of that, it was a crash course for me this summer. So having time to do that prior to the summer starting. We really want to work, again, in partnership with the high school and Cal Hills for recruitment, not only of students. We feel that our ELD courses for the high school students could have been much fuller if we had come up with a game plan, so we want to work on that. And then recruitment of high-quality teachers, too. We would love to have more of our own teachers teaching in the summer program if we can recruit them. And then, yes, the restorative justice practices were instrumental. We worked with the police department this summer. I was able to call other admins at the high school sites and Cal Hills when issues arose and we talked through things. I brought families in when issues came up and with students and families together, coming up with solutions for the betterment of what that student needed to succeed in the program was pretty monumental. That was my biggest takeaway from the summer.
So as part of your slide presentation, there's a whole section on outcomes that are specific to each of the programs. That's for you if you want to peruse it later. We're going to end on this slide. 1,484 students in total were served through our extended learning opportunities this summer. If you include the intra-year credit recovery opportunity of some of our students at MHS had the opportunity to earn credit in the time frame in January to June, that was another 80 students. So we're getting close to 1,600 students across the district. So with that, we'll pause and any questions before we say goodnight.
Did that number also include the dual enrollment from the summertime?
It did not include the TWEB program.
How about the enrollment of kids at San Jose City College Extension during the summer?
So that would be another 300. Yes, this does include the San Jose City College students. Thank you.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Barnes?
Yes.
Just question, I know this is a summer intervention program, but I was just curious, did these students like voluntarily go to the classes, or were they like sent a letter, or were they identified and then they had to go?
So this is a completely voluntary summer intervention, as was the intra-year credit recovery program.
Oh, that's great.
That's not to say these ladies didn't entice them to go.
this is the value, as you all know, of summer. It continues to grow with the pace that the students are able to gather information with technology that have the skills already. The information gap, the knowledge gap widens. And what you guys have described to me is a reflection that you guys are really getting a better understanding of what summer school is about. It's about the opportunity to re-engage students, meet them where they are, give them the opportunity to learn what's necessary based on where they are, and then push them along saying, okay, you know, the school year's a little bit different, but you can do this because you did this in summer school. That's phenomenal. That's special. That's very, very special work. And however you figure out how to keep a team like this, Norma, how we entice our own teachers to be involved, because this is the second year in a row I've heard the ask for our own internal staff, and I look at possibly HR in terms of being somewhat responsible for helping to facilitate that, so that these outcomes that we're talking about at the high school level, as far as pathways, really becomes a reality for a subgroup of students that have to have their pathways chosen for them versus them having the ability to choose their pathways. So I know Jonathan and Norma both heard, and we are definitely going to circle back around on this. How do you prepare the next generation of this dream team? Because I don't know if you're going to be there next summer, but I'm going to know that if I don't hear the same quality of presentation, I'm going to know that. And the first thing I'm going to look towards is the fact that I didn't have the same people continue the work and build upon it, and then also leave SOPs and other things and then also somehow that training piece. And I understand what you said 100% about this is not a training ground. This is serious business. And I appreciate you for taking it that way. So, Superintendent, if you could, at some point, come back, discuss with Cabinet sooner than later what the plan is or the vision is for summer school with a projected number of students and how we're going to staff and all of those things. And then at some point, Greg, during the school year, of these 1,484 students, we have an opportunity to know where they are. And then at some point, the during school year program, which we really didn't get a chance to talk about, that we got kicked off the ground.
We will.
Guys, I'm getting predictable. This is kind of, but that's a good thing. I appreciate that. Any other comments at this point?
Can I just make a quick, I know my daughter went to the Weller program, and I can just tell you, it has been night and day difference from first grade to second grade. Just that 6 weeks alone has really pushed her ahead. She was down in first grade, and her writing and reading after spending 6 weeks at Weller is significantly better. So these programs are really crucial. So thanks for supporting them.
Great.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to thank you for, I know the importance of having continuity. I do see some new faces up there, so I appreciate that while you're looking at continuity, you're also looking at how to continue with the quality. Thank you.
No, thank you. Action item 17. Item 17, action items. 17A, approve.
You missed a report.
Did I?
Mm-hmm.
Did we do that? Han told me, and I didn't listen. Okay, I apologize, Vice President Han. 16C, bond program, district purchasing contract process overview. So whoever speaks on this, could you explain that bond program, district purchasing contract process overview, what it is as well?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, so the reason we're doing this, I think, because you will gradually see more contract asking, or floating to the board for approval. So I think it'll be helpful that, we summarize the three type of contract or purchasing contract that throughout the district. So I figured, what is the best way to provide summary information and to give you an idea what kind of a contract, including construction or even regular purchasing, involves, and what is our practice, and what are the regulations we have to follow. So I created this quick summary sheet. Basically, the bond program is our bond measure AA program. And you will see that we'll have a lot of construction contract involves our bond program. And this is how we process the construction contract. Does that make sense?
Does that make sense to everyone on the board?
Okay.
Fine. Awesome, because there are concerns from the audience earlier today about how bond dollars are being spent, or even the process of understanding. And here we are in the board meeting talking about that process right here, in open session for the public to see. So I'm hopeful that one or more board members would be able to take this back and say, if you want to understand the bond process or how the dollars are being spent, here is one of the slides from the open, from the board meeting presented for the community to see and understand.
Yes, and also the purpose I put this just as a one-page document. You can even bring this with you because this is only one page. It's a summary enough. It's a highlight, so you can always use this and as also hold us accountable. Every time when you see a contract, you can easily refer to this because we only have three major type of contract or purchasing go through the district. So this is a good reference sheet for everyone.
So Board Member Sy, may I ask of you to share this with, as you tend to be a champion for concerns of things, of transparency and those types of things, can I ask you to share this with the community?
I think it's up to all of us to share it with the community, but sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Quick question. I see that the bid splitting is not allowed. Can you actually go into a little bit of what that is and why that's not allowed?
Yes, okay, yeah. Let me walk you through this document quickly. So let's start with our construction contract. So this construction contract most relates to the labor contract because every time we do a construction project, we'll enter into a contract either with the contractor, or the architect, and so on and so forth. So, but this is more like, and then we're following the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. We call it CUPCA. CUPCA is the regulation that we follow the guidance. And here's their guidance, and we just summarize them under 3 tiers. So for any contract, if it's less than 60,000, normally we just need to get at least 3 informal quote. So informal quote, you call at least three contractors from the CUPCA list, because we have a CUPCA list with all different trades. So you call them, you get a quote. And then if we have a contract, if we have a project we're thinking going to do will cost more than 60,000, but less than 200,000. And then we have to follow an informal bid process. And the informal bid process listed here is we just email that to the contractors. And then the difference between the informal and the formal bid is how we advertise them. The informal bid, basically, we email them and then at least 10 calendar days before the bid opening. But if we have a big contract, it's going to cost more than 200,000, we do formal bid, we have to formally advertise in local newspaper and for at least 14 calendar days. So those are the major difference for construction contract. And we do follow. This is our practice. Okay. Now if we can go under, so besides a labor contract, we purchase materials and also equipment throughout the district, right? And then for materials and the equipment, we have this, it's called a PCC, Public Contract Code. So we follow the Public Contract Code for that purchase. And it has a dollar amount. The threshold is updated every year in January. And so this year, the limit is 92,600. So that means if we're going to purchase equipment or material is more than $92,600, we get a 3 quote, and we'll do a formal bid. So we'll follow a formal bid process. Or sometimes we have a piggyback contract. So what is a piggyback contract means, some other government entity, they have already went out, did the formal bid process and they have a contract in place that we can just use. So we piggyback their contract. So sometimes you will see that when we report out, we said, okay, for example, in our last bond, we purchased a carpet, and we used a piggybackable contract through a different agency. And normally we'll disclose that if we piggyback any contract. We'll say, where's the contract coming from? And the piggybackable contract will guarantee us we get the lowest price. And the no bid splitting, what that means is sometimes people can get creative. For example, we have 10 schools, elementary schools. If we wanted to do a district-wide carpet replacement, you cannot like say, okay, today I'm going to do Burnett. The overall cost is only $60,000 for material, so I don't need to go out to bid because it's below the $92,000 threshold. But because we're going to do Burnett, we're also going to do Pomeroy, we're going to do Randall. As a district, the total project probably will cost us more than $1 million. So we have to go out to bid. You cannot split the bid. So in the other words, you cannot divide that project into little pieces, either by location or by other category. So that's what it means here. No bid split. Okay.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for
You're welcome.
explaining that. That
Yeah.
really is helpful.
Okay. And then, of course, if it's the total cost is below the 92,600, and then we just do, like we get quote. And so we follow the informal bid process. And it happens a lot, and especially we have to pay attention is technology purchase. So technology sometimes, district-wide, we're thinking, okay, right now this Randall probably needed to buy some Chromebooks, but then, later on maybe Russell is also going to buy Chromebooks. So we cannot just say, oh, because of Randall, we're just going to spend $50,000, so we don't have to go out to bid. You can't, because we know. In the next couple months, we're going to do another purchase at another school site. So we need to consider either we go out to bid or we use a piggybackable contract. Okay. And so with the materials and the equipment, the third contract you will see very often is for professional services. Professional services, those are like attorneys, accountant, even architect or financial, they have a certain expertise. And sometimes for those kind of services, you don't want to go by the lowest bid because the lowest bidder might not have the best quality of work. So for this, actually, it allows us to ask for proposal and ask for qualification. That's what we call perform a request of a proposal or request for, of qualification, so we can compare. And normally what we do is we reach out to a couple firms or 3 or 4, and then we ask them to submit their qualification, and then we review from there. And also we might calling around for reference, and then we pick the best one that will fit our need. So this is pretty much all the contract that we will encounter as a district overall. So, and those are our practice. And I'm going to stop here. So, are there any questions?
Just more of a comment, because I know that the schools, as they go to the PTAs and PTOs and talk about the walkie-talkies, that they would love for the parents to help donate and purchase. A lot of them didn't understand why they couldn't just buy them direct and donate walkie-talkies versus having to come to the district to purchase. This actually helps explain that in the sense of a district contract, having that materials from that standpoint and putting it together from a district standpoint and not necessarily at the individual school level. So that helps as far as bringing that back to the PTAs and PTOs to explain to the parents.
Yes, and also because PTO and the PTA, they are considered as a separate entity. And they're also different, and so they're nonprofit organizations. So it's better for them also to follow, because those are very good practice. But they might have different regulation too. Okay, Michael?
I'd like to add on to that. Yes, I do echo Min's remarks. When speaking with PTA leaders, they have also raised those concerns about the walkie-talkies. And while this kind of explains why certain things can't be done or why it's going to be difficult, again, no one likes being told that something can't happen. If there's some workaround or some creative way to help improve the communications equipment of the parents that still fits within our guidelines, I think that would be a real asset to the community.
Okay.
Mike.
Good, Mike. Oh, sure. Yeah, I can share that with our CBOC bond.
The microphone.
So we had an audience member who we're going to fill out a request for visitors card for, asked the question if Wendy would be mentioning that tomorrow night. Is that correct?
Yeah, tomorrow night, just, we have our second community bond oversight committee. And that we call the CBOC. So that bond oversight committee basically oversees our Measure AA spending. And so, yeah, I think that'll be a great opportunity for me to share with them at the tomorrow's meeting.
And that's at that point, that committee is full, correct? Or do we need any other additional people on that committee?
We have a full committee of 9 members.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. And also, I like to share with the board and also the audience that this is our practice, and our industry is highly regulated. So a lot of process, and it's not really up to us. It's up to the regulation, and we'll also get audited. We have an external auditing firm, Kroll. They came over to our district every year. They will audit our bond program. Well, and also they will issue a report. So I'm very proud and happy to share with the board and the audience that we had a very clean audit for our past bond Measure E. So we're very proud of with what we're doing.
And Wendy, as I recall, you mentioned to the board, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, that it's important too that we switch our auditors after so many years so that there is always a heightened level of objectivity.
Yes, even the state controller office required the district kind of like every 6 years, we rotate a different auditing firm. Or even if we are going to use the same firm, they recommend us we rotating the audit partners. So that way you don't have one company get familiar, get comfortable with you, and they just kind of they don't do a thorough audit. So actually we switched our auditing firm to Kroll. I think this is our probably 4th year with Kroll. We used to have a different firm.
Are there any questions that the board members have heard from community members regarding contracts or the bidding process?
Thank you. At this time, we're moving on to action items.
Yep. Well, this next one is Amy's, and then after that, I think staff should be able to go home.
Approve resolution #20. We always had a hashtag in front.
Yeah, you did.
I'm online too much. Approve resolution 2020.6 recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month.
Amy, would you mind coming to the microphone to introduce this one?
Clarifying question?
Introduce it.
Introduce it?
Yep. Tell us about it, and tell us about the activities that you've done around it for September's Attendance Month.
All right, I got a tired brain, but I'll make it work here. So, for Attendance Awareness Month, we kicked off early September with a couple things. First of all, we have a staff challenge. So if any school can reach 98% attendance through the whole month of September, our interdepartment of student services and L&D will either relieve the staff during assembly time so they get some extra prep time, or we may bring food to their staff lounge in appreciation for their attendance. In terms of all the school sites, individually, our schools have been encouraged to do incentives on a monthly or quarterly basis. I know I was at Kirtner on Monday. They had a kickoff for Attendance Awareness Month. For example, they've got some classroom incentives and competitions there. And then as a way to celebrate it, they have some spirit days. So tomorrow is Pajama Day at Kirtner School, if you'd like to join them. And actually, Ms. Ravo and I were talking a little bit about that because we were making a joke about, being on time is so important. So why not just wear your pajamas? If you're running late, then you won't have to worry tomorrow because it's Pajama Day. And then in honor of Vegas, I got some ideas from myself, and Ms. Nancy Pass and I were talking about how to make it very random. So I have a prize box that I've collected, and I have a goodie bag that I'm going randomly to different schools. So today I was at Zanker, and Ms. Mia and I randomly drew a classroom name. No, I rolled my dice, that I had dice, and I rolled a class number. And so we got 10, 6 and a 4, so we went to room number 10. And then the teacher, Miss Sally, I'm sorry, I can't think of her last name right now. Anyway, we drew popsicle sticks. I drew number 10, the student number 10. Guess what? He was absent, ironically, because it's a random, right? So then we got number 15, and the student was very excited about his prize. So I'm randomly going to one to two schools a day, and we have a prize bag that I'm distributing. And what else? Also, it's just a matter of when I'm in the classrooms doing the prizes, I'm first asking why students think that attendance is important. So somebody said today about the money that it brings the district, and actually a student said about learning and going to college. So I think they're understanding the importance of that. And as I was driving off from Kirtner or Zanker this morning, I thought to myself, it can't just be September. So I was thinking that I will probably brainstorm with L&D or student services and figure out maybe in a couple months I'm going to do this again. Maybe not every day of the month, but maybe I will randomly go to a school and just do, hey, who's here? Let's do a prize, and go from there.
Thank you.
So excited about that. And I do, in addition to that, Cheryl, one more thing is I have been going to every staff meeting. At each school, I've asked to coordinate a staff meeting presentation. So on Monday, I was at Rose. Tomorrow, I'm going to Randall. I've been to Zanker, Pomeroy, and I'm missing one. Anyway, I'm doing about a half-an-hour presentation on the importance of education, staff education, about attendance, their involvement in terms of good data, and then we talked about how one of the most important factors for student success and to avoid dropout is not whether their test scores are wonderful, it's really their pattern of attendance. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right?
Yes, and I really greatly appreciate that you're actually going to the school sites and spending time with each staff. That elevates the importance of this, and I really appreciate you thinking about doing that.
No, I've been enjoying that, and we're setting goals too. So every school I visit, they set a goal, and I'm going to go back in a couple months and check on that goal-setting process. All right?
You said you go back every what?
Oh, so I apologize. I might have done my fast talking.
No, I'm sorry. I heard what you said. You said every couple of months.
In a few months, I'll go back to the schools I visited, which would be every school in the district. I'll be presenting to their staff about the importance of attendance, and then I will come back in a couple months from each of those, revisit each staff meeting for about a 10-minute window to revisit their goals, because I have note cards of their goals. Does that make sense?
So you're keeping them almost like a project manager.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Pretty accurate there, yes. All right. Are you going to get a volunteer to read the resolution?
Well, I'm just wondering, so help me understand, Superintendent, why it's every couple of months. How does that, is that because we can't get around to every school? How does that work? When we have this emphasis on attendance and this 98% 0.2% and the great things that she's doing. But we know, out of sight, out of mind, kind of. So help me, I want to better understand the every couple of month cycle. Is that,
Well, if Amy's trying to get to the staff meetings, some staff meetings are on the same days, so,
they can't hear you on them, if you're going to,
All right, this is the Milpitas Live here show. We're in the audience now.
Some of the goals that the teachers set needed more than a couple of weeks to establish if the strategies that they were putting in place with their target students were going to be effective. So some of them just needed a longer span of time before the goal checkup date that they wrote on the note cards. That was one reason.
and that's what I needed. I didn't have that understanding.
Thank you.
That's what I needed.
Good clarification.
Thank you.
All right, we're good?
all right.
So just as a reminder to the board, what fuels the district, besides the extracurricular efforts that the PTA, PTO, and grant writers and other folks are doing is attendance. That's what fuels the district. And Wendy has shared with us, if we are able to improve, I believe somebody said 50 students, $480,000. $480,000. Yes. So anytime that we hear someone talk about attendance, or anytime that we have an opportunity to talk to anybody in the community about anything, somewhere in there, and not because of the money, but because of the class time, the experience that the learners have, needs to be emphasized more than ever at this time as we look at how to be able to continue our funding streams in the district.
Well, just to make sure we clarify, in the 50 students means the 50 students have a perfect attendance. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
That would be a great number to know. How many students do we have? Do we have a historical on that?
We do have attendance data. So it should be easy enough for us to pull up numbers that have had perfect attendance or near perfect.
Okay. So can we have, as a part of the superintendent's report in the future,
Yep.
that attendance data for, I think that's, would we say once a month we should have it, or should we have it every 2 weeks, or what are we looking at? How should we look at that information?
I think every 2 weeks is pretty sufficient, because if you look at it every month, it takes a while to retroactively talk to the schools. If you're every 2 weeks, it allows you an opportunity to get to the different schools and talk to the teachers, from a execution standpoint.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can see where the bar is going.
Yeah, and do we
Agreed.
reward those students who have like perfect attendance time and time again?
It's really site-based. Many of the schools do honor and recognize perfect attendance. There is some research, though, about focusing too much on perfect attendance that almost can be a deterrent. So I personally feel that it's progress moving towards that, because, I mean, to say that you're perfect, that's a really tough responsibility for all of us to attain that. But you're improving and you're striving to come every single day. Yes, I believe that is more important.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
that.
Thank you very much, Yumi.
And with that last comment, you will be let off the hook of reading the resolution. And Han has agreed to take your.
No, I agree to have the student
Okay.
rep read.
Milpitas Unified School District Resolution 2020-6, Proclamation of September as Attendance Awareness Month. Whereas good attendance is essential to student achievement and graduation, and we are committed to dedicating our resources and attention to reducing chronic absenteeism rates, including students in pre-kindergarten and kindergarten. Whereas chronic absenteeism, missing 10% or more of school for any reason, including excused and unexcused absences, or just 2 of 3 days a month, is a proven predictor of academic decline and dropout rates. Whereas chronic absence predicts lower third grade reading proficiency, course and graduation failure, and it weakens our communities and our local economy. Whereas attendance gaps among groups of students often turn into achievement gaps that undermine student success. Chronic absence particularly exacerbates the achievement gap that separates students in low-income families from their peers, since students from low-income communities are both more likely to be chronically absent and more likely to be affected academically by missing school. Whereas schools and community partners can reach out more frequently to absent students to determine what barriers they face to attending school and what would help them attend more regularly. Whereas the chronic absence can be significantly reduced when schools, families, healthcare providers, and communities work together to monitor and promote good attendance and address hurdles that keep children from getting to school. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Milpitas Unified School District, we proclaim our school district will stand with the nation in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month. We hereby commit to focusing on reducing chronic absenteeism to give all children an equitable opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. And so, just on that note, we mentioned earlier, and you guys, I claim ignorance. When we have summer school, do they count attendance for summer school? Okay.
Yes, attendance is counted, it's collected during the summer.
Okay.
Yes.
And for those students that are absent currently during the school year, is there any way, either through independent study or whatever that may be, that they can make up those it's not absenteeism days, those absences?
Yes, there is a way. We can call Saturday to claim that and invite the students, yes.
So we can.
Yes, we can.
So that doesn't mean that we are.
That is correct.
So we have talked briefly, Norma and I, about getting a program in place.
For 3 years, right?
No, this year is the year for action.
Right, because it's been like, I've been talking about the Saturday thing for 3 years, right? I'm at 3 or 4?
This will be the third year.
Okay. Thank you for keeping me on my toes on that.
Mm-hmm. Likewise.
With that said, is there a motion to approve Resolution 2020 recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month?
I motion to approve September.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work on that. We got a little bit of different news today. We heard a little bit about declining and so this even we've heard a little bit about cost cutting. We've heard a little bit about the fact that we may have to spend dollars on a special election. So all of these things matter when it comes to the things that we can do as a board to support the staff and not putting pressure on them, as Amy had indicated, but to be as helpful as we can in the attendance. And Amy, by the way, if you do come up with a metric of measurement and you decide one of the prizes is to award one of the schools with lunch for their staff, count me in for sponsors for one of those months. Thank you. Item D, approve resolution. Approves resolution 2020-7 nominating Assembly Member Canson. B.
Yeah.
Did I miss B?
Yeah.
B.
Can't limit.
Item B, approve resolution 2020.4, GAN appropriations limit calculations, Assistant Superintendent Business Services.
Okay, so this is just one of the routine item for our year-end book closing. And every year after we close out on our financial record, we have to open a public hearing on our GAN limit. So what is a GAN limit? A GAN limit is named for Paul Gann, who actually brought up this legislation back in the 1970s, 1979. So the purpose of this GAN limit is basically to set up a limit to constrain the growth of a government entity, both at local and also statewide. So the purpose, every year after we close out the book, and if Scott, you can open the attachment. The first attachment is the calculation. It's a very comprehensive form, and right now the software made it very simple. We just upload our data, the software, it'll automatically calculate. So the bottom line for you to look is the last page of this form. The third page, stop there. On the top, you said under the adjustment. If normally we should not have any other adjustment, so that means the appropriations we received is within our limit. That's it. That's all the purpose this GAN limit calculations for. But we have to open a public hearing for this and adopt the resolution.
Are there any questions? I can't open them. I'm missing a board member.
Oh.
So I guess we'll have one. Is that an abstain? Okay. Is there a motion to open the public hearing on the GAN limit?
I motion that we open the public
hearing.
hearing for the
I know
GAN.
we're getting late.
Yes.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Motion carries. The public hearing is now open.
Any comments?
Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'd like to make a motion I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion, public hearing is now closed. Now, we are on item D.
No. Then we need to adopt the resolution. There is not a resolution. Could you
Yeah,
open the
okay.
resolution?
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, we'd like to adopt the resolution 2020.4 GAN appropriations limit. Is there a motion?
I motion that we adopt resolution number 2020.4.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries.
Okay. Do you want to read? I mean, it's a short, but up to you.
Where is it?
Yeah, yours.
Milpitas Unified School District Resolution, why is this 20.19.4? It's supposed to be,
Then it's
so that has to be
probably
corrected.
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure we get that correction made. 2020.4, resolution for adopting the GAN limit. Whereas in November 1979, the California Electorate did adopt Proposition 4, commonly called the GAN Amendment, which added Article 13B to the California Constitution. And whereas the provisions of the article establish maximum appropriation limitations, commonly called GAN limits, for public agencies, including school districts, and whereas the district must establish a GAN limit for the 2018-2019 fiscal year and projected GAN limit for the 2019-2020 fiscal year in accordance with the provisions of Article 13B and applicable statutory law. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this board does provide public notice that the attached calculations and documentation of the GAN limits for the 2018, 2019, and 2019, 2020 fiscal years are made in accord with applicable Constitution statutory law. And be it further resolved that this board does hereby declare that the appropriations in the budget for the 2018, 2019, and 2019, 2020 fiscal years do not exceed the limitations imposed by Proposition 4. And be it further resolved that the superintendent provides copies of this resolution along with the appropriate attachments to interested citizens of this district. Passed and adopted by the Board of Education of the Milpitas Unified School District on this 10th day of September 2019.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item D, approve resolution 2020-7 nominating Assemblyman Kanson Chu for the California School Board Association's Outstanding Legislator Award.
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries.
I'd like to read it, unless
Harsh,
Bush
would you
wants to?
like to?
I guess I'll read it.
Okay, go for it.
Wait, do I just start from where it says whereas?
Yeah.
All right. Whereas Assemblymember Kanson Chu served the community of San Jose as a board member of the Berryessa Union School District from 2002 to 2007, where he bolstered public education materials and strengthened curriculum and improved access to school board meetings. And whereas Assemblymember Kanson Chu was elected to the California State Assembly in 2014, serving in that body on the Assembly Committees on Human Services, Hate Crimes, Arts, Entertainment, Sports, Tourism, and Internet Media, Transportation, Water, Parks and Wildlife, Revenue and Taxation, and Insurance, and authored and support numerous bills and budget increases that benefited public schools, including but not limited to AB 2068, which required the states to look at options to provide public schools with lower utility rates to ensure more funding go towards serving students. And whereas Assemblymember Kanson Chu strongly supported budget allocations to increase public school funding and per pupil funding, and requested additional dollars spent on mental health support for students. Whereas Assemblymember Kanson Chu was elected to the California State Assembly in 2014, rising to the position of the chair of the Assembly Committees on Human Services and Arts, Entertainment, Sports, Tourism, and Internet Media, and Assembly Committee on Hate Crimes, where he spearheaded additional positive measures for our community, such as equitable access to quality arts education and bias-related bullying. And whereas Assemblymember Kanson Chu is known throughout the 25th District, as well as right here in Silicon Valley, for numerous community outreaches and forums, many of which focus on empowering his constituents, such as the Community Heroes Award, summer lunch programs for kids, and Thanksgiving dinner for those experiencing hard times. And now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Milpitas Unified School District hereby nominates Assemblymember Kanson Chu for the California School Boards Association 2019 Outstanding Legislator Award. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted immediately to the California School Boards Association, passed and adopted by the Board of Education of the Milpitas Unified School District on September 10, 2019.
Good job.
Thank you.
It's Milpitas education there for you.
Bless
Bless you. So at this time, did we do the motion and we approved that?
Yes.
Okay.
The board clerk.
Item E, appoint an interim board clerk to fill the role until December 2019 organizational meeting. Until the December. The resignation of Dan Bobay from the Board of Education on July 8th has left the board without a clerk. Citing Education Codes 35038 and 3509, the board will appoint an interim board clerk until the December organizational meeting. Once the board appoints an interim board clerk, the county superintendent of schools will be notified and affirm the appointment. The process to appoint the board clerk. Board members can nominate a member to serve as the board clerk. The nominee can accept or decline the nomination. Repeat steps 1 and 2 to determine if there will be more than one board member nominated for the position. Board must have a majority vote to appoint interim board clerk to serve until December organizational meeting, at which time a new board clerk will be appointed. Interim board clerk appointment will be submitted by the district to the office of the county superintendent.
For a clarifying question, who is eligible for board clerk? So, for example, thank you.
Except for the president and vice president, because they already hold.
Thank you. Just wanted clarification on that. So I would step forward and nominate Kelly as the board clerk. Do you accept or decline?
Is there a motion? I accept.
Okay, we have a nomination for Kelly as the board clerk. Do we have repeat steps 1 and 2 and determine if there will be more than one board member nominated for the position? So are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Min, no?
I respectfully decline.
Are there any other nominations for board clerk? Seeing none, we have a nomination for Kelly Upshawn as the board clerk. At this time, is it a roll call vote or is it a?
It says majority vote.
Okay. At this point, board member Hanlian, how do you vote on Kelly Upshawn being the board clerk?
I think she would make a great clerk. Ouch. Okay. So I agree with the nomination from Min.
Can she ask her? Can she vote on herself? No.
Okay, I nominate Kelly.
Okay, no, we got a nomination, so now we're voting.
Okay.
You vote yes.
I vote yes.
Min, I also vote yes. Min, your vote?
I vote yes.
Michael Sy?
Looks like we have a majority already.
Perfect.
How do you vote?
I will abstain.
So we have 3 yes votes and we have 1 abstain. And since Kelly was nominated, I'm familiar with the process if she can actually vote for herself, but I probably think not. So the vote is 3-1, or excuse me, the vote is 3-4, 1 abstain, and Kelly did not vote. So at this point, Kelly is now the interim board clerk for the Milpitas Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item F, accept the 2018-2019 unaudited actuals, Assistant Superintendent Business Services.
Okay, so this is our official financial record closing out for the school year 2018-19. And as I shared earlier at the last board meeting, this closed out the ending fund balance that we projected in the general fund is aligned with what we estimated back then in June when we shared with the board about our 1920 adoption. Because in that adoption process, normally we'll do an estimate for current year and we project it out 3 years. And in this report, actually, we listed the comparison between the audited and unaudited actuals and the estimate. So I would like to point out to you that right now you see the estimate actuals, we ending fund balance was about like 9.9 million, and then we close out with additional 4.2 million. But if you can scroll down a little bit, up, down.
Do you need the attachment of it?
Yeah.
Which one, income?
The components of ending fund balance, can you show that? Like on my screen, I can see it. The components of ending fund balance, so I can point out the, yeah, here we go. Okay, good. Can you make it a little bit bigger?
Yep.
Yeah. So everyone can see it.
That's staying. You should be able to vote for yourself.
Oh, do you have a pointer? Maybe I can use your pointer to. Oh, it's over there. Okay, so just point out to you, you see the last line item there, the operational carryover? Under the estimate actual, we projected the operational carryover will be just a little bit over 5 million. After we close out, the operational carryover is now 5.3 million. So we had an increase of 208,000. So this means that our reality, the actual, is very close to what we projected back in April and May. And the big increase for the other ending fund balance, the 4 million is basically a program carryovers. What does that mean? Those are the money were already committed to programs, to school side. So that means we cannot really use it for operation. So for example, we cannot use it to balance our general fund operation budget. The only part we can use is this operational carryover. Does that make sense? So that just means what we close out in 18, 19 is really reflect to what we projected back then. In the past, sometimes after we close out, we actually have a lot of extra money because the state will reallocate the funding toward the end of school year if there are extra money at the state level. But this year, it did not happen. So this is probably one of the year that shows our projection is very close to the reality. Okay, so and then now, Scott, if we have 3 attachment here for you. If you can open the first one. The first one is our income statement. So we listed the revenues and the expenditures of each fund here for you to see. And then I just want to point out a couple programs besides the general fund. The general fund, we're doing well. We're doing as what we expected, put that way. And if you can look at the Fund 11, no.
You want to check it?
The second page. Can you do second? Okay, so the second page I would like to point out is, let me see if this pointer work. Okay, cool, it works. Okay, see, first I'd like to look at it to show you this CDC, the Child Development Program. This is the Fund 120. And this is the first year you will see actually there's no general fund contribution here. So what that means, this program is in profit now.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Yes, yes. And actually, you know, this program has been struggling for the past 4 years, starting back in 2014-15, it requires about almost 500,000 general fund contribution. But ever since that, and our staff worked really hard, and I really like to give a special thank to Dr. Lopez, Jerry Lopez, and his team. They worked very hard this past year to finally bring this program back stay in black rather than red. Because every time if the program in red, the general fund has to make a contribution. We cannot leave any negative fund balance in those programs. Okay, so that's one good news. And the other program I like to point out is the student nutrition program. This is a Fund 13. This is our school lunch program. And back in April and May, we actually projecting the ending fund balance actually is much lower than what we close out right now. Scott, can you put the document a little bit up so we can see the ending fund balance? The second page. Okay. Yes. So you can see the ending fund balance for this program now is at 279,000. This is much better than what we estimated before because the program actually picked up an additional 150,000 in revenue. And I really like to thank our student nutrition director, Sandy, and her team. They worked really hard, and they figured all kinds of different ways trying to increase our student participation, and also how to manage the cost of the food and the food waste. And also, Scott, if you could, maybe you can. I'd like to share a picture that we took her with her dining staff at Russell.
Yep.
This is a back to school night. This is the one thing we're going to do this year is how to engage with our community, with our parents. This is the first time we're going to do is we have a little booth at each of like a back to school night at different school sites. This year we choose 5 schools. We just want to try it out to see how it works. And actually it turns out a very successful event for the student nutrition, the little booth, and the parents will stop by to ask questions, and they can get a little flyers and get a little popcorn, and just a great way to engage them to promote our program. So I really think I think the team and they did a great job to just think out of the box and figure out a different way to reach out to parents, and we're hoping this coming year we'll continue to monitor the program. But again, as I shared with the board earlier, this is a very difficult, hard program to run because the funding is limited. And it's just like another program, like a special education program. And we will do our best to try to stay the program in black financially. But in reality, most of the district actually they do make the general fund will make some contribution to the program. So now with this good ending fund balance left over from 18-19 year, hopefully for this coming school year, our general fund contribution won't be as much as we projected back in May. So that's our goal. We would hope to keep our contribution Now, best goal is we don't need any general fund contribution. But if we do, unfortunately, probably it will be less than 150,000. So that's our goal this year.
So can you talk a little bit about? I know there was an opportunity for second harvest with food. I'm not. It may not be connected to this, but didn't they offer to support our students or our families?
Yes, and yeah, that's a different program, and actually we spend a lot of time to talk about a program. The program is restricted for participation, and then it's not every school eligible for that. And we look at our data, last year the only school was eligible was Cal Hills.
Okay.
However, if we choose to participate in that program, and we will lose the federal funding.
Okay.
Federal and
Okay.
state. So
Okay.
we actually did some calculation, and we want to make sure financially we do have a gain before we join the program. So we would like to look at the data more carefully.
No, appreciate that. Thank you. Because we see things that pass by us.
Right.
And, it's our responsibility to ask if it'll allow us to save additional funding when it comes to education, when it comes to taking care of our kids in the community. So I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is our income statement of each fund, and then the next document is our multi-year projection. So Scott, if you can open, the next document. So the multi-year projection, basically what we did, this compared to the adoption we shared with you, we updated the unaudited actual column. So under 18-19 now is the actual. We updated that. And then for the current year, 19-20, basically, we did not make a lot of changes compared to what the board adopted back in June. And it's just because the ending fund balance changed, so it changed the bottom line. And I really want to point to everyone is the second page of this multi-year projection. If you can go to the second page here, yes, okay, you can stop here. The third year, if you can see it clearly, in our reserve fund, because we needed to transfer almost 5.5 million to general fund to help operations, so we can have a balanced budget, but we don't have 5.5 million in the third year, the year 21-22. So what that means is, as we proposed back in June, we needed to do some budget reductions or cost management, however you want to say it, starting in the year of 2021. So that plan is still unchanged. I just want to point out that to everyone. Basically, this projection is consistent with what we presented to the board back in June. Back in June, our recommendation is we have to make some budget reductions. And this school year, 19-20, basically give us a year to plan and to prepare for it. But we have to take the action in the following year. That means the year of 2020 and 2021. I just want to share that with the board. But we actually were going to do more presentations about our budget status and the financial condition at the future board meeting. But I just at least want to still point out this. This is unchanged.
Hey, Wendy, hard for me to follow along on the spreadsheet, but what is the estimated reduction for 2 years from now?
Well, honestly, it's very hard to project because things constantly change, and it matters. There are a lot of variables. Number one is the state funding, how much the state funding and it's going to flow back to the district, and also internally how well we're doing. Like, for example, attendance. If we can pick up additional attendance, and that means we'll get a little bit funding, and our revenue will go up. And internally, we're working on a plan, and so we'll share more detail with the board at the future board meeting.
Just for clarification, attendance, I know we were talking about absences, but does that include like increased enrollments as well, as far as the funding?
Yes, there is a correlation between enrollment and attendance. And this year, right now, our enrollment is still flat compared to last year. So that means if last year our attendance is like is around 97%. So if this year, if we can do a little bit better, say our attendance rate will be 97.5%, that means we will pick up a little bit more ADA. Oh, yeah, if we can do better, 98%, 99%, but I'm very realistic. So I think 97.5, if we can reach that attendance rate district-wide, that's good. That will generate at least 480,000 to our revenue. And then we're also looking internally, are there any other ways we can produce some savings even starting this year? So we're looking at all different angles. And then the dollar amount right now, at least we're projecting about 1.5 million as a starting point. We're planning for that, but we have more information to share later at the future board meeting.
Thank you, Wendy.
Sure. Okay, so this is our multi-year projection, and the other part I would like to point out is our building fund. At the bottom of this multi-year is our building fund ending fund balance. So we close out 18-19 with a good ending fund balance. So you see 14.5 million. It doesn't. So 14.5 million there. So that's for 18-19, and we're projecting the ending fund balance increase in the odd years. And also, I'll probably bring back some recommendations on how we are going to spend in this fund at the future board meeting, because this building fund is part of our overall operation. And then we're very fortunate that we have this funding source, but there are some limitations, there are some other considerations that we can think about it, and I'll make some recommendations to the board, and then we can have a discussion about this fund at the future board meeting. But right now, at least this building fund is healthy, and the ending fund balance is projecting to increase in odd years. And the third document here, attached here, is the standardized state form. This is a package of the form that we will submit to the county office and to the state. It's a total, you have like over 100 pages. So I won't go over all of this document with you, but our income statement and our multi-year projection basically is a summary, to summarize all the financial activities of our district. So I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Are there any takeaways that the board would like to clarify or confirm that they heard in this presentation from Wendy?
I want to thank Wendy for always, put together such great financial reports to present to the board, and to spend the time explaining in details of, where to follow. I know it's hard work, and I want to acknowledge that. Also send our thank you to your whole team.
Yes, I'm glad I have Lynn sit here still with me in the audience, and
Lynn
he's
is
my true
sitting
partner.
there.
Yeah, he's always with me. I mean,
Thank
at
you,
the
Lynn.
board. Yeah.
And Duke too, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I would also like to thank you, Wendy, for your excellent work in keeping track of the money.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you for the nice wording. And now we need the board to accept our unaudited actual officially.
Okay. I'd like to conclude with a comment that, or an issue that the superintendent and I have spoken about. And the fact is that public education, the manner in which it's funded, is inadequate. Every couple of years, we have to revisit the strategy upon which we're funded, because the state and other sources predicate the amount of monies that we receive. So when we talk about grants, when we talk about partnering with the city, when we talk about internships and corporations, all of that matters, because ultimately it reflects on our students. So all the work that you guys do as a board, reaching out to community partners, talking to the city in terms of what programs that they're working on that our school district or our children can benefit from, really gives them the best chance to prepare for the future in this area. So again, I appreciate the work that we do, each of you do as board members, and I appreciate the cabinet and your continuing effort to make us aware of what's going on and how we can be able to move forward with that. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to accept the 2018-2019 unaudited actuals. I can't make the motion.
I'll do that on your
Thank you.
behalf. I'll make the motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Congratulations, Wendy.
Thank you.
Item 18, consent items. Consent items are considered routine and will be acted upon by the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request that specific items be tabled or removed for discussion or correction. Excuse me. Are there any items to be tabled?
I would like 18Q and 18T.
We have 18Q and we have 18T.
And I would like 18O.
18O. Board Member Sy, any items to be pulled?
Was 18B pulled already?
No, has not been.
Okay, yeah, why don't we do that?
18B and Board Member Yip Chuan.
Oh, no,
Okay. So I need a motion to approve the consent agenda items except for B, O, Q, and T.
Move to approve 18, except for B,
L,
L,
Q, and
Q, and T.
B-O-O, no, B-O.
Yeah.
B-O.
B, O, Q, and T.
Q and T.
Gotcha.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, consent agenda items are approved except for B, O, Q, and T. Item, Board Member Sy?
Purchase order, yeah.
Are you looking for my approval?
No, so you call,
Item B.
so you have, you
Can we,
asked for.
can we get to that later?
You asked for item B, and it's the first one in alphabetical order.
I'd like to defer to my colleagues and revisit this after the other items, if that's all right.
Okay. Item O.
So I asked to pull this because it has to do with our memo of understanding for our two-pay grant, which stands for Tobacco Use Prevention Education Grant. We're in the third year with the County Office of Education. It's about a $26,000 grant. And the reason I asked to pull it is because vaping is a concern of mine, and I know it's a concern of others. And earlier this month, I took my son for his annual cardiologist appointment, and his cardiologist talked to him about going to college and things to watch out for, and she talked about vaping. And she said that researchers are furiously looking at the impact of vaping on our kids. And she said something that really disturbed me, which was that we know vaping is bad, just naturally to put chemicals like that in your body. But she said that it is quite possible that what researchers are going to find is that vaping is even worse for our health than cigarettes. And so when I saw this item, I wanted to bring to the attention of the board and our community that we do take the safety and security of our students very much to heart. It's a personal thing for us. And I wanted to find out how many vaping incidents we had recorded last year at Milpitas High School, and there were 40, which given a student population of 3,200 isn't bad, but still 40 too many. So I want you to know that we are doing what we can to mitigate students from even experimenting with vaping. And some of the things that the Tobacco Use Prevention Education Grant allows us to do are to provide educational training for staff from Alum Rock Counseling, also behavioral health services connected with the County Office of Ed. In August, our Milpitas High School and Student Services met to set up sessions on education for students around vaping. Also that classes were being led by Alum Rock Counseling, and that from the two-pay grant, we also have educational posters and flyers and other materials that are accessed and that are posted visibly in our schools and in places like the restrooms where students might try to experiment or use vaping. and that through Red Ribbon Week, which is coming up in October, it'll be an opportunity for us to heighten the awareness of vaping amongst our youngsters and also their parents. And we will have a session on vaping and related substances at our parent university. So because it's hot in the media, it's something that our parents talk about. It's something that I, as a parent, greatly worry about, as well as superintendent. And I want the community and staff to know that it is directly on our radar.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. At the back-to-school night at, I believe it was it Burnett? It was one of the schools that they had mentioned that the PTA on a national level is looking at this particular issue as well, because it is a health crisis. So those that are involved and have relationships with the PTA, if there's any information that you can bring back to the board in terms of the PTA looking at this on a national level, so that we can find multiple ways to create awareness, because it may not start in high school, and 40 may have been caught on campus, but it could be a much larger number, and kids are literally dying from vaping. So I just wanted to add my sentiments to Superintendent Jordan. Are there any other comments?
Well, question. So you mentioned 40 vaping incidents. What is the status of our sort of drug use or drug abuse policies? I mean, I know some schools have a zero tolerance policy in place.
That is ours as well, and as a matter of fact, on a related topic, at the start of the next calendar year, the state of California has made it allowable for students who need to use marijuana for medical reasons can do so at the discretion of the board. So once we get some recommended language from California School Boards Association, we will bring that forward to the board to look at and to determine if the board wishes to maintain our current board policy, which is no substances or smoking on campuses, or amend it with the medical use.
So as things currently stand, if a student is caught vaping on the campus, what is the sort of disciplinary action that's taken? What's the current status of it?
Well, for some of the students, they participated in summer classes on vaping that were led by Alum Rock Counseling.
So you're saying at this point, we have a restorative justice practice around vaping versus a disciplinary?
Yes, that's what staff has reported to me.
And that's at the high school and middle schools, or that just at the high school?
Just at Milpitas High School.
Does Cow Hills have a separate number?
I didn't get one from them, but I'll look into that.
That's a great point.
Historically, the phrase zero tolerance policy has generally been associated with somewhere between suspension or expulsion for drug use. Is this no longer the case?
Is vaping a drug?
Well, remember when we suspend, it means a child is not in school. So that's a site discussion with the administrator and with the staff, as well as with administration on how we execute and implement those types of things and what the outcome is. And discipline means to educate. So part of discipline is education. It's not always punishment. And so I believe that's the stance the approach that we go to first. And also you have to look at how many times. Is it just a one-time thing? Is it multiple times, and that's going to bring about a different type of consequence or different type of discipline approach? So it would probably be somewhat unique to each individual situation, I would imagine.
So I heard the words used, restorative justice. one thing that maybe gets overlooked since it happened in the past, if the idea is restorative justice, then perhaps some students in past years who received a harsher punishment for doing essentially the same thing, maybe we should focus restorative justice on students like that.
It sounds to me like we're heading towards maybe a bigger topic of restorative justice and discipline. That might be a good idea for a future board presentation or report from staff.
Okay.
And I would add that, Michael, you had mentioned vaping as a drug. How is vaping classified? Is it similar to cigarettes? Is it? I don't know the classification of it.
Of the 40 incidents that were reported to me, they were reported as smoking, as with tobacco.
Okay. Tobacco. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we may have the opportunity to categorize vaping as beyond, with research, beyond smoking tobacco, which gives it a different, puts it in a different category.
Yep.
Which allows what Board Member Sy, as we move forward into determining what our policies are around it, is one, categorizing it accordingly so that whatever approach that we take towards restorative justice, education, or whatever else fits accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the thing that you mentioned about marijuana as a medical use coming along as
Yep.
well. We have to have the ability to categorize these things and then have unique policies for each and take into consideration the student and those types of things. Because some of these things are extremely addictive. And so it's more of a, once they've started, and if they've not started on campus, but then they become addicted, we have to figure out the services that they would need. And that's one of the things I believe why Superintendent Jordan mentioned the Alum Rock Counseling Services.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other comments or questions on item O?
Chris, you bring up a point. You talk about helping students who have become addicted. Have there been any sort of addiction remediation programs that have been tried before that we could draw from?
I would comment on that by saying, we just opened up, since my history on the board, I don't believe we've ever talked about students being addicted to anything and how we would potentially serve them. So now that we are in this new territory around vaping and the possibilities of it, it is going to get into a more comprehensive conversation, which may involve other community organizations, the city, our health, and the county as well, because it's, again, the way that the word is being spread around vaping around the country, we're going to need all hands on deck to come up with a multi-tiered solution for our community. Thank you for asking. With that said, is there a motion to approve item O?
A motion that we approve item O.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item O on consent items is now approved. Mr. Sy, are you ready to go back to item B?
Yes.
Thank you.
One item on this attachment, 0616, Sharp Business Systems. Could I get some clarification on what this is for? 616.
Yeah, oh, this is for our Sharp copier.
Okay, $66,772. Is it for? It's for all our copying systems.
Yeah, this is our district-wide, I believe. But if you like, I can put, I can go back to ask the staff to put the invoice and also the contract, because we have agreement with them. Yeah, right. It's district-wide, yeah. Yeah, like every year we pay a lease
Okay, so
to
we're
Sharp.
leasing copiers.
Yes.
Ballpark, do you know how many copiers we have across the district?
Honestly, I don't have that on top of my head. I mean, district-wide. You know, every school, it depends on, some school might have 2 copiers, some might have 1, so it really depends. But if you like that information, I can collect that and send it to all the board member.
Sure, if you have the time.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay.
Unless
Yeah.
someone-
I'll follow up with your guys on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other items for item B, Mr. Sy?
No.
Is there a motion to approve item B?
Motion to approve item B.
We have a motion to approve item B of consent items. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Motion carries. Item B on consent item is now approved. Item Q.
Yes, the reason why I asked to pull this aside, it's actually great to see that schools are looking towards field trips to give our students a chance for experiences out there. This is more just from a logistical standpoint as we're trying to look and approve travel. This particular item didn't list as far as how the students are going to be transported to the location. I do see items R, S, and U have that information. So particularly Q and T, the same thing. Both of those items didn't have information as far as how the students are being transported. So I would ask that in the future, from a consistency standpoint, that we add that in.
Actually, Scott and I will be looking at taking advantage of Scott's newness to the role, looking at the whole format of how people submit items and unifying them. So we'll add that to our list of things to look at.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Min. Any other items for Q?
So this is Burnett. Are all the other elementary schools getting a chance to go to the Exploratorium later in the year?
It's up to the teachers.
And also in this one in particular, it's funded by the PTA, so not necessarily from the district.
Yeah.
So it'll depend on the different PTOs, PTAs, PTSAs.
And the grade levels too.
Right. And also, Ming, I think you have a good question here, but also sometimes I just want to let you know the transportation, it could be difficult to list the information because sometimes it's a drive by parents, because if it's funded by PTA, it could be parents volunteer to drive them. And sometimes it's actually we have a district bus, we took the student there. And sometimes the school might also contract with first student or other company to take them out there. So I think we can do is maybe we'll create some information so we can list those there. So at least you get some sense how we transport the kid then.
That'd be perfect, and that'd be great. Again, this centers around safety and security of
Yes.
our children, understanding
Yes. how
how they'll be transported. It's great to have parent volunteers from
Yes.
that standpoint, but at the same time, I know that if something unforeseen happens, that we as a district would definitely want to at least be in the
Yes.
know in regards to before we approve.
Right. We have a comprehensive field trip procedure in place. And because, as you mentioned, it is a safety issue. And then if we have a parents volunteer and normally, and we requires like a driver license, we require their insurance approval, approvement and this and that. Yeah, so if the board like, we could have a staff to share with the board our field trip process in the future.
Perfect. That'd be great. Thank you, Wendy.
Okay.
We have, do we have a motion on item Q?
Since Q
And
and
T.
T has the same comment and question, do you want to pull that as well, or should we?
We can motion to approve
Approve.
both, since
Okay.
both have the similar concerns that.
Awesome. So is there a motion to approve item Q and T?
Move to approve item Q and T.
There's a motion to approve items Q and T. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. We're in the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Date of future board meetings. September 24th, we have closed session, 6 p.m., open session, 7 p.m., right here in this building. October 8th, 2019, we have closed session, 6 p.m., open session, 7 p.m. Right here, October 22nd, we have closed session and open session here in this building. Please, everyone, update your calendars accordingly. Are there any additional announcements or reminders?
I will be missing the October 8th meeting, traveling.
Okay. And the Autumn Festival is when?
September 28th.
So we'll have one more board meeting before the Autumn Festival.
And October 5th, which is a Saturday, we'll have our board superintendent retreat.
October 5th, Board Superintendent Retreat. September 24th, Autumn Festival. October 8th, Hanley traveling. Are there any other items to add?
September
Any other
28th is the Autumn Festival.
September 28th is the
Yeah.
Autumn Festival. Okay, you guys are on your toes. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Oh, Chris, do you have any new information to share about the retreat?
No, we do not at this point. Superintendent Jordan, when will you be sending out the information about the time? Oh, we have the time. It's 8 to 5, I believe.
I think 9 to 5.
9 to 5. When will you be able to provide an update on the location?
Next week.
And what about the content?
I'll ask for some input from board members, but I can tell you one item, well, a couple items similar to our past board retreats will be revisiting our why, our what we want to accomplish together this year, and also my evaluation goals.
So just to add to that, the superintendent board retreat is our opportunity, one, to grow closer together as a team, also identify, get an overview of the state of the district, which we've been getting repeatedly. We do have now a new board member, so his ability to come up to speed on the things that we're aware of in the district, which he's working very hard at, and then also areas of concern where we want to focus our energies in terms of board members, in terms of helping improve outcomes for our students. So each of you will have the opportunity to participate in the development of the agenda for the board retreat, including part of the discussion will be how we want to look at evaluating the superintendent for the 2019-2020 school year. Does that help answer your question, Michael? Awesome.
I might also add board self-evaluation.
Thank you. This is something that's definitely been that I'm seeing around the country, as well as the Bay Area, where boards are looking to themselves in terms of the role of the elected official is comes with a lot of responsibility as well as opportunity. And we need to be able to look at ourselves as a board individually and talk about or identify how we are going to measure the role that we play in the community as a collective board, as well as individuals all working towards the same goal. So determining how we want to evaluate ourselves as a board and be willing to share that with the community in transparency is a direction that has been brought to our attention and we would want to actually discuss as well. Okay? Deep breath on that. Meeting adjourned.
All right. And I'd like to thank Alex and Frank and Larry and, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. And Joe and Bill and Mayor and Tom and Lynn for sticking it out till the very end with us. Thank you.